Chapter 10:20. All forms are unstoppable. Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the dozen hurricanes sweeping towards him. Golden light erupted from his body to the limit as his body grew to 100 feet tall. His 8 arms, which were as thick as tree trunks, suddenly swung out. 8 terrifying energies poured out, transforming into 8 ring-shaped airwaves. Bang, bang, bang. The energy gushed out, forming an invisible energy fluctuation. Immediately, the dozen or so hurricanes that had originally gathered in the surroundings froze. Break! With a loud shout, golden light flashed and disappeared. Subsequently, the dozen or so hurricanes that had gathered in the surroundings crumbled inch by inch, disappearing into nothingness. Zhuan's meridians had been tempered in the cultivation tower for a month. Regardless of whether it was their toughness or extension, they were several times stronger than before. Naturally, his battle strength had also increased by several times. At this moment, Zhuan, who had displayed the great sun nirvana and transformed into a 100 feet tall body, was much stronger than before. Lu Xiang's brows tightened into needles. She also did not expect that Zhuan's strength had actually become so powerful. He was actually able to easily destroy the dozen or so hurricanes that she had condensed with her yuan power. Oh, looks like Junior Zhuan is not simple. He was actually able to so easily destroy Lu Xiang's attack. No wonder he dared to take the initiative to challenge Lu Xiang. Looking at the scene in the plaza, Cheng Dong's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. However, Lu Xiang's strength is not limited to this. I wonder how Junior Zhuan will deal with her next. Many onlookers in the plaza also revealed astonished expressions. Clearly, they were also somewhat surprised that Lu Xiang's attack was so easily destroyed. Let me see how you will deal with this move. With a tender shout, Lu Xiang's jade-like feet gently tapped. Immediately, her lithe body swept forward like a graceful butterfly, arriving in front of Zhuan in an instant. She extended her jade-like hand. Spiral-like yuan power revolved around her body. Like a butterfly flying through flowers, her hand instantly reached Zhuan's chest. So fast, Zhuan's pupils shrank slightly. Lu Xiang's palm seemed ordinary, but its speed was so fast that it shocked Zhuan. She was clearly several dozen feet away from Zhuan at the beginning, but now, in the blink of an eye, she was within 10 feet of him. It was as if Lu Xiang's palm had traversed several dozen feet in an instant. This speed was close to teleportation. Sunfire. Lu Xiang's palm was too fast. By the time Zhuan reacted, the palm was already within reach. Hence, Zhuan did not have the time to raise his hand to block it. Instead, he summoned the flames of the sun to form a wall of fire in front of him. Bang! When the jade-like palm struck the wall of fire, a strange power surged out and the wall of fire was blown away. Then, the palm struck Zhuan's chest like a hot knife through butter. Puff! Zhuan spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. His face was slightly pale. Lu Xiang's technique was truly powerful. Even Zhuan was unable to see through the true state of her palm. Jade steel palm? I didn't expect Lu Qing to teach Lu Xiang such a powerful armor technique. Cheng Dong frowned as he looked at Zhuan, who was retreating under Lu Xiang's palm. He seemed to have thought of something and muttered to himself. Zhuan, under my jade steel palm, you don't stand a chance. Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes were cold. She tapped her foot and arrived in front of Zhuan again. That stunning palm appeared again, but the aura this time was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Jade steel palm, rotation of heaven and earth. Zhuan felt dizzy as he struck out with his palm. Then, to his horror, he discovered that the entire world before his eyes was spinning upside down. Countless jade-colored palm energies swept over from the surroundings of this spinning world, surrounding Zhuan and sealing off all his blind spots. What a strange palm technique! Zhuan's frown deepened as he snorted coldly. Golden light erupted from his body once again, and he transformed into a 3,000-meter tall figure. His entire body was like a boundless mountain, and one couldn't see the end or the end of it. Break! 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 Zhuo furiously roared as his 8 mountain-like arms swung out once again. Frightening power spread out, causing the countless incoming palm imprints to crumble one after another under this power. At the same time, Zhuo was also freed from the spinning state he was in. After breaking apart the palm imprints, Zhuo's 1,000-feet-tall body stood indomitable. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Xiang in an instant. His 8 arms swung out together as a terrifying power that could collapse the world gushed out and mercilessly smashed towards Lu Xiang. Jade steel palm, shattering heaven and earth. Lu Xiang's eyes were calm as she threw out another palm attack. 1,000 feet large jade-colored palm suddenly swept out from the void behind her. A glass-like color flowed on the surface of the palm, making it look extremely strange. This jade-colored palm was not any weaker than Zhuo's 1,000-feet-tall body. When the palm came down, it was like a 5-fingered mountain that wanted to suppress Zhuo. Boom! Boom! Zhuo threw out 8 punches and heavily hit the jade-colored palm. Immediately, a deafening sound spread across the entire square. Everyone in the square could clearly feel the square shaking. Moreover, the shaking was getting more and more intense. Following the violent shaking, a terrifying ring-shaped air wave spread out in all directions, causing many of the surrounding warriors to involuntarily retreat. They only managed to stop after they had retreated a few hundred meters. Of course, those who retreated were the weaker warriors. Experts like Cheng Dong stood still like a boulder, silently watching the battle between the 1,000-feet-tall body and the 1,000-feet palm. Explode. The corners of Lu Xiang's mouth curled slightly as she softly spat out this word. Immediately, the jade-colored hand, which was overflowing with light, abruptly swelled. Soon after, it shrank as a frightening energy slowly brewed within the jade-colored hand. Boom! Suddenly, when a jade-colored palm expanded and contracted to a critical point, it suddenly exploded. A terrifying, explosive force that shook the heavens and earth surged out from the center of the square. The terrifying sound was like thousands of war drums on the battlefield, exploding together and deafening. Ding! 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 Zhuo's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly summoned the divine sun cauldron. At the same time, he retreated step by step. However, the explosive energy of the jade-colored palm was too fast and too strong. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhuo. Boom! 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 The divine sun cauldron blocked in front of Zhuo. The monstrous fire of the sun spread under the void, wanting to block this terrifying energy. Unfortunately, although the divine sun cauldron's defense was very strong, it was still not enough under this terrifying, explosive energy. Bang! After blocking for about 10 breaths, the divine sun cauldron burst. The surrounding fire of the sun that spread out was completely annihilated by the explosive energy. The glossy surface also became extremely dim. At this moment, it automatically returned to Zhuo's spirit ring. On the other hand, Zhuo's expression was ugly. He continued to retreat because the explosive energy in front of him continued to sweep over, wanting to completely annihilate Zhuo. Fury Seal of the 7 Emotions, Treasured Seal. Finally, Zhuo used the Fury Seal of the 7 Emotions Treasured Seal that he had obtained from the first Freshman Jade token. Zhuo's hands quickly formed a seal. Immediately, Zhuo's eyes began to surge with anger. Then, this anger became more and more vigorous. In the end, it turned into a solid flame that spread throughout Zhuo's body and limbs. Zhuo's hair also turned into a blazing flame, looking like a fire god that had descended to the mortal world. The Fury Seal could mobilize the anger in one's body. From the illusory anger, it could turn into a solid flame, greatly increasing one's strength. Moreover, the degree of increase was not weak. At the same time, Zhuo mobilized the Buddha demon eye hidden in his sea of consciousness. He used his mind to switch the Buddha demon eye to the Buddha demon eye state. The Buddha demon eye was a powerful treasure that the fighting Buddha demon saint had refined. According to Xiao He, in order to fully unleash the power of the Buddha demon eye, one could only completely excavate it when one became a saint. Although Zhuowen could not mobilize the power of the Buddha demon eye, the Buddha demon eye could greatly increase the power of the Buddha demon technique in his body. For example, when Zhuowen used the Buddha demon eye to switch the Buddha demon eye to the Buddha demon eye, the power of his Vairocana Nirvana would increase by more than 30%. With the support of the Fury Seal and the Buddha demon eye, Zhuowen's strength had increased by more than a few times. Zhuowen's hands formed an orchid shape. Then, he suddenly blasted out a palm. Immediately, the Buddha light soared into the sky. This Buddha light turned into a huge shadow of an ancient Buddha behind Zhuowen. All forms are not forms. All living beings are not eternal. A solemn voice was slowly recited from the ancient Buddha illusory figure's mouth. Immediately, numerous tadpole-like golden characters surged out from the ancient Buddha illusory figure's body and lingered in front of Zhuowen. The Buddha eye between Zhuowen's brows also slowly opened. Break! Zhuowen lightly spat out this word. His 8 hands formed an orchid shape and blasted out one after another. Suddenly, thousands of golden palm prints appeared around him. Each palm print seemed to contain a big world. One flower, one Bodhi, one leaf, one world. This was the truth of Buddhism. If you had the heart, there was no place that was not a world, no place that was not a space. Thousands of palm prints blasted out, but there was no terrifying power. Instead, it was plain and simple. It wrapped around the explosive energy in front of him. Then, Lu Xiang was shocked to find that the terrifying explosive energy was gradually disappearing. Or rather, it should be said that it was being absorbed by the world within the thousands of palm prints. In 5 breaths' time, the explosive energy completely disappeared in front of Lu Xiang. Then, Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Xiang in an instant. The 1,000-foot-tall Zhuowen looked down at Lu Xiang indifferently. His eyes were filled with calmness. His golden Buddha, I was half squinting. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. A bewitching voice sounded. Zhuowen's right hand blasted out. Golden light burst out. A Buddha's hand surrounded by countless golden characters slowly descended and pinched towards Lu Xiang. At this moment, Lu Xiang was stunned. Her eyes were firmly fixed on by the Buddha eye. A sense of guilt rose in her heart. She actually felt ashamed of her inferiority. Chapter 1021. Lu Qing, the Buddha's palm, instantly slammed down. It was like a towering mountain that was about to drown Lu Xiang. When the crowd in the square saw this scene, their hearts thumped. They knew that Lu Xiang was going to lose this time. Moreover, the Buddha's palm was so terrifying. Lu Xiang did not dodge or even resist. She would probably end up in an extremely miserable state. Miss Lu Xiang, Du Tao, and the rest were shocked. However, no one dared to step forward. They could also feel the terror of the Buddha's palm that was descending from the sky. It was not something that they could contend against. Although they were worried about Lu Xiang's safety, they did not dare to take their own lives lightly. Boom! The Buddha's palm finally landed. When it completely covered Lu Xiang's body, a figure that was emitting a sharp aura had unknowingly appeared in front of Lu Xiang. The person's eyes were indifferent. He pushed his hands forward and a violent energy burst out. His black hair stood on end and the bones in his body crackled like beans. Then, the terrifying Buddha's palm seemed to have stopped time and stopped in midair. Break! A cold voice sounded. Then, the huge Buddha's palm started to squirm. Then, a supreme and terrifying energy burst out. With a rumble, the Buddha's palm exploded into countless golden lights. Dang, dang, dang. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He retreated dozens of steps in the air. His eyes were solemn as he stared at the figure that was blocking in front of Lu Xiang. This person was very strong. The pressure that he gave off was extremely terrifying. The Buddha's palm, that was like a rainbow, was instantly shattered into countless pieces under this person's aura. Who are you? Why are you interfering in my battle with Lu Xiang? After stabilizing his body, Zhuowen stared at the figure and said coldly. This person was slightly older than Lu Xiang. He had a sturdy body, black hair, and black eyes. His eyes were like the moon and constantly emitted a bright light that could not be looked at directly, especially the aura that he emitted. It was as if there was a terrifying ancient beast hidden in his body. My name is Lu Qing. Lu Xiang is my sister. You went too far with that attack just now. If my sister was hit directly, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Do you want to kill her? Lu Qing lifted his head slightly. His eyes were firmly fixed on Zhuowen's body as a seemingly solid murderous intent erupted from him. Lu Qing, was coincidentally training in the cultivation tower and had just exited when he heard that Lu Xiang was planning to duel with the top-ranked new student. Therefore, Lu Qing held the attitude of a spectator as he blended into the crowd to watch the showdown. Although he had heard of Zhuowen's name, he was not too concerned about it. After all, he was very clear about Lu Xiang's strength. It was definitely not something a new student could contend against. However, the more Lu Qing watched, the more surprised he became. Zhuowen's combat strength was not ordinary. Not only did he break through Lu Xiang's many attacks, but even the Buddha's palm that he released in the end made him feel a little afraid. Lu Xiang's defeat was something he had not expected, especially when he saw that Lu Xiang had been bewitched by the Buddha's eyes and had given up all resistance. Lu Qing naturally could not bear to watch any longer and directly blocked the Buddha's palm. Brother. At this moment, Lu Xiang had also woken up. Soon after, she recalled the scene from before. All the hairs on her body involuntarily stood up as cold sweat covered her body. She knew that if Lu Qing had not intervened, her fate would definitely not be optimistic. How did Zhuowen become so strong all of a sudden? Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes looked through Lu Qing's back and saw the angry young man in front of her. Her face was filled with a complicated expression. The surrounding crowd also began to whisper as their gazes landed on Lu Qing. They did not expect that Lu Qing would also be in the square and that he would intervene at the last moment. Lu Qing's name was very well known in the Outer Academy. He was known as the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion and was also a genius on the Heavenly Sovereign list. His combat strength was extremely terrifying, and he was a powerful existence that many students looked up to. Of course, the scene of Zhuowen forcefully defeating Lu Xiang was also beyond everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that the combat strength of a new student would be so terrifying? The early Empyrean Lu Xiang was actually defeated by him. It had to be known that Lu Xiang was not an ordinary early Empyrean martial artist, but a monstrous genius that had been tempered by the cultivation pagoda for a long time. Although Zhuowen had also entered the cultivation tower to temper himself, he had only tempered himself for a month. Moreover, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. Under the harsh conditions of a low cultivation realm and short tempering time, Lu Xiang still lost to Zhuowen. Everyone knew that Zhuowen's talent far surpassed Lu Xiang's. If Zhuowen matured, it would not be a problem for him to enter the Outer Academy's Heavenly Sovereign list. Zhuowen frowned when he felt the dense killing intent in Lu Qing's eyes. He said, "Injuries are unavoidable in a spar." Although that palm was powerful, it was not enough to take Lu Xiang's life. Why are you questioning me like this? What do I mean? Don't you want to pay a price for injuring my sister? Lu Qing stomped his foot, and a terrifying aura surged out. A murderous intent firmly locked on Zhuowen. The root cause of this battle was Lu Xiang's. Now that Lu Xiang has been defeated, as her brother, you intend to stand up for her and bully a mere freshman like me. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhuowen's voice suddenly turned cold. Lu Qing frowned. Zhuowen's words were not without reason. However, Lu Xiang's defeat just now made Lu Qing's heart burn with anger. He did not want to let it go just like that. Brother Lu Qing, you are the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion. Isn't it inappropriate for you to personally bully a freshman? Moreover, isn't Lu Xiang completely fine? Don't tell me you want to lower yourself to bully a freshman in front of everyone. Cheng Dong suddenly spoke. He slowly walked in front of Zhuowen with a refined smile on his face as he stared indifferently at Lu Qing. Cheng Dong, don't tell me your fragrant ink pavilion wants to reach out to my Emperor Pavilion. Do I need you to interfere in my matters? Lu Qing frowned slightly and said somewhat impolitely, It's not me who wants to interfere. It's our fragrant ink pavilion's first master who wants to interfere. This is the first master's token. If you insist on touching Zhuowen, the first master may rush over immediately. At that time, you can do as you see fit. Cheng Dong shook his head and said indifferently as he took out a jade talisman from his bosom. Looking at the jade talisman in Cheng Dong's hand, Lu Qing's gaze darkened. He said in surprise, Your fragrant ink pavilion's first master has also come out? This Zhuowen has only been in the outer court for a month, right? Moreover, he has been staying in the cultivation pagoda for the past month. How is he related to your fragrant ink pavilion's first master? Cheng Dong shook his head and said, I don't know either. In fact, I came to the cultivation pagoda to look for Junior Zhuowen because of the first master's orders. Therefore, Lu Qing, if you ignore the first master and attack Zhuowen now, you will have to bear the consequences. Lu Qing's frown deepened. In the end, he coldly snorted and said, Since that's the case, I'll give the first master some face first. However, if I see this kid being arrogant again in the future, your fragrant ink pavilion can no longer protect him. After saying that, Lu Qing left the square with Lu Xiang and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. After Lu Qing left, Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other three walked out from the crowd and came to Zhuowen's side. Brother Zhua, you've become stronger again. Looks like the results of this month's tempering are pretty good. Even Lu Xiang is no longer your opponent. Mo Lingtian looked at Zhuowen with some envy. In the previous battle, Zhuowen's strength was indeed much stronger than before. Although Mo Lingtian had gained a lot in the cultivation pagoda, after seeing the strength that Zhuowen had displayed, the sharpness in his heart was gradually worn away. The four of you have also gained a lot. Looking at Mo Lingtian and the other three, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with a trace of surprise. At this moment, Mo Lingtian's cultivation had already broken through to the initial Golden Sovereign stage, while Jianan and Xianxing had both reached the peak of the Xuanzun realm. As for Gatha, she had attracted Zhuowen's attention. This was because Gatha's cultivation had actually reached the initial stage of the Sovereign stage. Back then, Gatha's cultivation should have been the same as Jianan's, the middle stage of the Xuanzun realm. Now, after the tempering of the cultivation pagoda, she had actually risen by 3 levels and was only at the initial stage of the Sovereign stage. This cultivation speed was truly terrifying, as expected of a genius who possesses the heavens' wrath-armored spirit. Even I feel a little ashamed of this cultivation speed. Looking at Gatha's current state, Zhuowen felt a trace of bitterness in his heart. He had painstakingly cultivated on the 10th level for an entire month and had only risen by 1 level. On the other hand, Gatha had cultivated on the 1st level for an entire month and had actually jumped by 3 levels. This was the difference in talent. Although Zhuowen possessed a powerful dragon soul, Xiaohe did not have any effect on increasing one's aptitude. Other than occasionally tricking him a few times, there did not seem to be any other benefits. Thinking about the benefits of the heaven's wrath-armored spirit, Zhuowen was also rather envious. However, he also knew that this armored spirit was innate. One still had to rely on oneself to walk the path of martial arts step by step. After chatting with Mo Lingtian and the other 3 for a while, Zhuowen turned to look at Cheng Dong and asked curiously, Senior Cheng Dong, who is the first master of your fragrant ink pavilion? I don't seem to have any relationship with your fragrant ink pavilion. Why is your first master protecting me? Cheng Dong shook his head and said with a bitter smile, It's no use even if you ask me, because I also find it strange. Junior Zhuowen, since the first master thinks so highly of you, why don't you join my fragrant ink pavilion? Our fragrant ink pavilion's power is not the slightest bit weaker than the Emperor Pavilion. Zhuowen was startled and revealed a hesitant expression. Actually, when he had just entered, he had already heard of this organization called the Emperor Pavilion. After that, because of Cheng Dong, he also knew that there was a fragrant ink pavilion in the outer court. However, because Zhuowen had just entered the outer court not long ago, he really did not know anything about these organizations and powers. Senior Cheng Dong, can you introduce me to the powers in the outer court? Also, what is that so-called heavenly venerable leaderboard? Zhuowen did not directly answer, but asked instead. Cheng Dong nodded. He had already expected that Zhuowen would not agree immediately. Moreover, he was also prepared to explain these things to Zhuowen. Now that Zhuowen asked first, he naturally would not beat around the bush. Chapter 10:22. Forces in the outer court. Amongst them, the most famous are the four great powers, and they're respectively called the Emperor Pavilion, Fragrant Ink Pavilion, Vast Moon Pavilion, and Clear Sound Pavilion. These four great powers are formed by the students of the outer court, and they've gathered most of the monstrous geniuses in the outer court. The upper echelons of the four forces are basically geniuses on the heavenly sovereign ranking. Cheng Dong glanced at Zhuowen and continued. As for the heavenly sovereign ranking, it is a ranking of the geniuses in the outer court. There are only 32 spots on the heavenly sovereign ranking. Those who can enter the heavenly sovereign ranking are the top geniuses in the outer court, and the academy focuses on nurturing them. There are only 32 spots on the heavenly sovereign ranking? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that there would be so few spots on the heavenly sovereign ranking. One must know that there were already tens of thousands of students in the outer court, but only 32 people could enter the heavenly sovereign ranking. Therefore, those geniuses who could enter the heavenly sovereign ranking were geniuses that were 1 in a million. Zhuowen also knew that Cheng Dong was a genius on the heavenly sovereign ranking. Lu Qing, who had stood up for Lu Xiang, was also a genius on the heavenly sovereign ranking like Cheng Dong. Lu Qing's strength was terrifying. Even though Zhuowen's strength had improved greatly in the cultivation tower, he did not have much confidence in going against Lu Qing. Cheng Dong, who was in front of him, gave Zhuowen an unfathomable feeling. It could be said that even if Zhuowen's strength had increased a lot, his chances of winning against Cheng Dong were very low. When he thought of this, Zhuowen also knew that the number of monsters within the outer academy was indeed much more than he had imagined. Currently, his strength was considered to be below average within the outer academy. At the same time, Mu Qinshue's beautiful figure appeared in Zhuowen's mind. According to the dean, Mu Qinshu had forcefully advanced to the emperor stage after entering the outer academy for a little over a year, and an exception was made to enter the inner academy. Zhuowen could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he recalled the delicate and beautiful figure in her ice-cold demeanor. It seemed that the gap between him and Mu Qinshu was rather large. However, this also strengthened Zhuowen's desire to become stronger. He knew that he could only meet Mu Qinshu after entering the inner court of the 9 Netherworld realm. At that time, he must hold Mu Qinshu tightly in his hands and not let her slip away again. Junior Zhuowen, a weak student in the outer academy, will eventually be bullied by others. The strength of our Fragrant Ink Pavilion is not any weaker than the Emperor Pavilion. If you join our Fragrant Ink Pavilion, our first head will not treat you unfairly. Cheng Dong advised earnestly. Zhuowen's talent and strength were all there. Cheng Dong knew that such a monster would enter the heavenly sovereign ranking sooner or later. If he were to rope him into the Fragrant Ink Pavilion now, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. Zhuowen was startled and hesitated. He had just entered the outer court and was not familiar with the outer court at all. Although Cheng Dong had helped him a few times and he was grateful for it, he felt that it was inappropriate to rashly agree to join the Fragrant Ink Pavilion now. Senior Cheng Dong, please give me some time to consider. If I have thought it through and am willing to join the Fragrant Ink Pavilion, I will give you an answer. Zhuowen said apologetically. Hearing this, Cheng Dong's eyes were filled with disappointment. However, he also knew that it was a little abrupt for Zhuowen to join the Fragrant Ink Pavilion now. A normal person would definitely not agree from the start. This kind of request must be given some time to consider. Senior was too direct just now. Junior, this is my communication Jade Talisman. If there is anything, or if you have already thought it through, you can inform me through this communication Jade Talisman. I will definitely do my best. Chung Dong smiled and immediately took out a communication jade talisman. With a flick of his finger, it landed in Zhuowen's palm. Zhuowen nodded and carefully kept the communication jade talisman. This Chung Dong was indeed sincere in helping him, so Zhuowen had a good impression of him. If he really thought it through in the future, Zhuowen did not mind joining the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. That's right, Senior Chung Dong. May I know who the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion is? Why did he ask you to look for me? Zhuowen suddenly asked. He clearly heard the conversation between Chung Dong and Lu Qing just now. From what Chung Dong said, the reason why Chung Dong personally came to look for him and spared no effort to help him, Zhuowen, was because the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion added fuel to the fire. Chung Dong was startled. He immediately shook his head and said, "The identity of the leader of our Fragrant Ink Pavilion is very mysterious. Even I have never seen her face. The only thing I know is that our leader is a woman. Moreover, she has always relied on the communication jade talisman to issue orders to our pavilion members. Therefore, the other pavilion members of our Fragrant Ink Pavilion have never seen our leader's face." Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, his gaze was filled with a strange expression. The first master of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion was too mysterious. Even the pavilion members of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion had never seen the first master's true appearance. Moreover, this mysterious leader had specially asked this Chung Dong to look for him, Zhuowen. Could it be that he, Zhuowen, was acquainted with the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion in the past? After thinking about it, Zhuowen really could not figure out the identity of the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion and what relationship she had with him. Therefore, he simply did not think about it. If the leader of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion was really someone he was familiar with, they would definitely meet in the future. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Chung Dong bid farewell to Zhuowen and left the square. On the other hand, Zhuowen was not used to being pointed at by the crowd in the surrounding square. Therefore, he also led Mo Lingtian and the rest out of the square and walked towards their lodgings. The incident that happened in the square today would definitely spread throughout the entire Outer Academy. Lu Xiang, who had the title of Thorny Rose in the Outer Academy, was actually defeated by the freshman Zhuowen. Without a doubt, Zhuowen's name would probably spread even further. Moreover, there were many students who were gnashing their teeth at Zhuowen. There was no other reason. That was because Lu Xiang had many suitors in the Outer Academy. Zhuowen's merciless defeat of Lu Xiang naturally caused the public anger of Lu Xiang's suitors. There were even many impulsive students who eagerly ran to Zhuowen's lodgings with the intention of teaching Zhuowen a lesson. However, these were all matters for the future. At this moment, Zhuowen led Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other two as they slowly walked in the quiet bamboo forest, enjoying the rare tranquility. Brother Mo, Jianan, Gatha, and Miss Xuanqing. This time, all of you have just come out from the cultivation tower and have just completed the refinement of your meridians. You need to consolidate it for a period of time. Zhuowen suddenly said to Mo Lingtian and the other three. Mo Lingtian nodded and said, "Brother Zhuo is right. This time, I plan to spend a week's time to completely consolidate my meridians. Moreover, the four of us do not have enough contribution points. Once we have completely consolidated our meridians, I will prepare to go to the Academy's mission points to accept missions and earn contribution points." Jianan and the other two also nodded. Their thoughts were the same as Mo Lingtian's. They all planned to completely consolidate their meridians before accepting the Academy's mission points. Although the outer court system was very loose, the rule of having to pay 20,000 contribution points every year could be said to be very worrying for many students. Because of this, every outer court student did not have an easy time. Other than having to pay tuition fees, whether it was cultivating in the cultivation tower or exchanging for weapons, cultivation methods, armor skills, elixirs, and so on, all of these required a corresponding amount of contribution points. It could be said that without the support of contribution points, it would only be difficult to move an inch in the outer court. If you wanted to take a step forward, become stronger, and obtain a higher status, then you would have to continuously accumulate contribution points. This was because in the outer court, contribution points could be exchanged for any resource you wanted. Hearing this, Zhuan also understood the thoughts of Mo Lingtian and the other three. The four of them had gained quite a lot from the cultivation tower this time. Their battle strength had also increased by a lot compared to before. This time, the success rate of completing missions would also be very high. I also plan to spend a week's time to consolidate my meridians. After a week, let's go to the outer court's mission points to take a look. I wonder what kind of missions there will be. Zhuan nodded and said, "Yes." Then it settled. Jianin said rather excitedly. After the five of them discussed about the matters that would happen in a week's time, they each returned to their own residences and began to properly consolidate their cultivation level and meridians. After returning to his residence, Zhuan released the mysterious soul ice butterfly. This little fellow was very dependent on Zhuan. Once it was released, it stuck close to Zhuan. Its furry head continuously rubbed against the corner of Zhuan's clothes as it emitted soft cries. It could be said that it was extremely adorable. After patting the mysterious soul ice butterfly's head, Zhuan used his thoughts to tell it to quietly stay in his residence. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged on a praying mat in his room and began to silently consolidate his cultivation level and meridians. While consolidating his cultivation level, Zhuan clearly discovered that the speed at which he absorbed yuan power from the outside world was much faster. Furthermore, the yuan power in the outer court was the pure yuan power extracted from the yuan veins. Therefore, Zhuan's cultivation speed was actually several times faster than before. Looks like the expansion of my meridians has not only increased my strength by quite a bit, but even the speed at which I absorb yuan power during cultivation is much faster than before. Zhuan was somewhat pleasantly surprised as he said. When he thought of this point, Zhuan began to close his eyes and began to concentrate on consolidating his cultivation level. At the same time, he also used the pure yuan power from the outside world to continuously strengthen his yuan power capacity. In the corner of the room, the mysterious soul ice butterfly's head drooped as its colorful eyes stared resentfully at the seated Zhuan. However, it was very smart. It knew that Zhuan was currently cultivating, so it did not disturb Zhuan. Instead, it silently guarded Zhuan's side. The reason why Zhuan released the mysterious soul ice butterfly was firstly to let it out for some fresh air, and secondly to guard him while he cultivated. Although the mysterious soul ice butterfly's cultivation level was not high, only at the peak of the Xuanzun realm, its battle strength was very frightening. If an ordinary supreme being stage expert barged into Zhuan's room, there would definitely be no match for the mysterious soul ice butterfly. Therefore, Zhuan was very relaxed as he sat cross-legged and cultivated in his room. Chapter 10:23. Mission Point Creek. Pushing open the door, a ray of golden sunlight shone on Zhuan's body, causing Zhuan to close his eyes in comfort. The first ray of sunlight shone down, making him feel warm and comfortable. Outside the door, Mo Lingtian, Jianan, Gatha, and Xing were already standing quietly in the open space, waiting for Zhuan. When they saw Zhuan push open the door, their gazes all converged on him. "The four of you are really early. Have you been waiting for a long time?" Zhuan asked in surprise. Mo Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "No, we just arrived not too long ago. Because Brothers' residence is the outermost, we agreed to meet here." Nodding, Zhuan smiled faintly. "Then let's go to the mission point and see what kind of missions there are." Mo Lingtian and the other three had no objections. They followed Zhuan's lead and followed behind Zhuan. Halfway there, Zhuan discovered that Yuan Sheng, Yuan Kong, and Yun Zhongyang had also followed him. This caused Zhuan to frown slightly, his gaze dark. "Why are the three of you following me?" Turning his head, Zhuan coldly stared at Yun Zhongyang and the other two and asked coldly. Yun Zhongyang and the other two's expressions froze slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, they brushed past Zhuan and said indifferently, "Zhuan, I think you're being paranoid, aren't you? The three of us are also planning to go to the mission point to accept missions and earn contribution points. Could it be that mission points only allow you, and your group to go, but not us? After speaking, Yin Zhongyang and the other two walked past Zhuowen's group of 5 as if nothing had happened, quickly disappearing from their sight. Yin Zhongyang and the other two have been acting very strange recently. It seems like they are intentionally monitoring us, Mo Ling Tian said with a frown. None of them are good people. I've seen the 3 of them hiding in the shadows and discussing something a few times. Moreover, the 3 of them would often linger around Big Brother Zhuo's residence, acting all mysterious. Jianan spoke in a rather resentful tone. Zhuo Wen's gaze was gloomy. In fact, when Yin Zhongyang and Yuan Kong had fearlessly asked him for contribution points the first time he had entered the residence, he had felt that the 2 of them were strange, but he had not paid them any mind. However, the behavior of these 3 people today was indeed very abnormal. Moreover, a trace of an ominous premonition arose in Zhuo Wen's heart. Brother Zhuo, what should we do? Mo Ling Tian asked, somewhat helplessly. Let's go to the mission point first. Yin Zhongyang and the other 2 don't have any contribution points on them. I'm afraid that they haven't entered the cultivation tower to temper their meridians yet. Their strength is far inferior to mine. Even Brother Mo's strength has already caught up to Yin Zhongyang's. These 3 are just clowns. We don't need to pay attention to them. After speaking, Zhuowen lifted his feet and led Mo Ling Tian away from his residence. They passed through a winding path and numerous pavilions. After about an hour, the group of 5 finally arrived at the mission point. The outer courtyard's mission point was called the mission hall. However, most outer courtyard students prefer to call it the mission point. This name was simpler and more straightforward. The mission point was actually a magnificent hall. This hall was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was where missions were issued and accepted, while the second floor was where students could bring back the tokens needed for the mission after completing the mission. The second floor was where the students could bring back the tokens for the mission to be appraised by the appraisers on the second floor. If the tokens matched the mission content, the corresponding contribution points would be given out as a reward. Of course, the mission point's second floor didn't only have the function of awarding mission rewards after completing the mission. The appraisers here also had the ability to appraise treasures. If some cultivators obtained some treasures from a mission point, they could also exchange them for contribution points of corresponding value on the second floor. When they arrived at the mission point's first floor, Zhuowen and the other 4 discovered that the mission point was really lively. There was an endless stream of people. In the center of the mission point's first floor's hall, there was a huge light screen that was several feet tall. On the light screen, there were tadpole-like words carved on it. Moreover, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the light screen was divided into 4 areas. Above the 4 areas, there were 4 big words: heaven, gold, Ji, and Xian. From the discussions of the people around him, Zhuowen also knew that these 4 areas corresponded to the missions of the 4 levels of cultivators. Heaven represented heavenly venerables, gold represented golden venerables, Ji represented sovereign, and Xian represented Xian venerables. These 4 areas were specially selected by the upper echelons of the academy. They were tailor-made for each level of cultivator. Furthermore, the missions of each level corresponded to the corresponding level of cultivator. There was a certain degree of danger. For example, the missions of the gold area were more suitable for golden venerate cultivators. However, it was only slightly more suitable. Generally, golden venerate cultivators who accepted the missions of the gold area were at risk of losing their lives. If they weren't strong enough, the golden venerate cultivator who accepted the missions of the gold area could also die. Of course, there were also some cultivators who didn't have a high cultivation base, but had monstrous combat strength who would choose missions of a higher level. This was because the higher the level of the mission, the higher the contribution points that could be obtained. Of course, the corresponding risk would also be greater. After all, the principle of high risk and high reward was applicable everywhere. Among the 4 areas on the light screen, the Xin area had the most missions while the Heaven area had the least. After all, the missions of the Heaven area were more suitable for heavenly venerate cultivators. Heavenly venerate cultivators in the outer court were much stronger than ordinary heavenly venerate cultivators in the outside world. The missions that the upper echelons of the Academy chose for these monstrous, heavenly venerate cultivators naturally couldn't be simple. When he arrived at the hall on the first level, Zhuowen immediately saw Yun Zhongyang and the other two standing by the light screen. Their gazes weren't on the missions on the light screen. Instead, they were looking outside the hall as if they were searching for something. When Yun Zhongyang and the other two discovered Zhuowen, they retracted their gazes and focused their attention on the light screen as if nothing had happened. Their behavior made Zhuowen even more puzzled. Could it be that the three of them were plotting something that couldn't be revealed? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he secretly raised his guard against the three of them. Although the strength of the three of them didn't pose any threat to him, if the three of them were play tricks on him, Zhuowen would have a headache. Brother Mo, Jianan, the four of you take a look at the contents of the missions on the first level. I will go to the second level to exchange for some things. Zhuowen instructed Mo, Lingtian, and the other three before heading towards the second level of the mission site. When Yun Zhongyang and the other two saw that Zhuowen was actually heading toward the second level, their eyes flickered and they actually followed behind Zhuowen. Their actions caused Zhuowen's gaze to turn cold. However, because he was in the academy and the three of them didn't provoke him, Zhuowen didn't go as far as to make a move. He could only ignore the three of them. The second level of the mission site was slightly smaller than the first level, and the number of people was also much smaller. However, the auras of the cultivators on the second level were extremely powerful. Furthermore, Zhuowen discovered that the majority of the cultivators on the second level were at the Golden Venerate realm and above. Occasionally, he would see a terrifying Heavenly Venerate expert. There were many counters on the second level, and two people were arranged in front of each counter. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The woman was wearing a Cheongsam and should be the same as the Cheongsam woman at the counter of the cultivation tower previously. She should be a service staff arranged by some weaker students. Zhuowen found a relatively empty counter, and the Cheongsam woman standing in front of the counter revealed a standard smile. She slightly bowed towards Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Hello, what can I do for you? I would like to see what armor skills and cultivation techniques you have here that can be exchanged for." Zhuowen nodded and said. This time, Zhuowen was preparing to go out for a mission. Naturally, he would need some powerful armor skills and cultivation techniques as a trump card. Therefore, Zhuowen wanted to see what armor skills and cultivation techniques were on the counter. The Cheongsam woman nodded and did not have any doubts about Zhuowen's words. Her jade-like hand lightly tapped the air, and a ray of light suddenly swept out from the counter. Then, it formed a yellow screen in front of Zhuowen. There were several options on the yellow screen. For example, cultivation techniques, spiritual treasures, spiritual herbs, armor skills, secret techniques, and so on. The categories were very detailed, and there was even an arcane technique category. Within the arcane technique category, there were spiritual secret techniques, origin arrays, origin crystals, materials, and so on. Zhuowen could not help but take a few more glances at the arcane technique category. Originally, he had only come here to choose some cultivation techniques and armor skills. He did not expect that the outer courtyard would actually have some items for Arcana Masters to exchange for. However, when he remembered that the outer courtyard had an arcane tower and that Mu Feng, who had become a heavenly Arcana Master, Zhuowen did not find it too strange. Back then, Zhuowen had purposely asked the Dean about the method of joining the Arcane Tower. According to the Dean, Mu Feng had very strict requirements for joining the Arcane Tower. From Mu Feng's point of view, apart from having a natural talent for spiritual power, an Arcana Master also had to be proficient in the creation of origin arrays. If one's spiritual power was only strong, then they would be no different from a brute. And this condition of Mu Feng's immediately made Zhuowen, who had originally wanted to join the Arcane Tower, back off. Zhuowen's spiritual power was indeed terrifying. However, all this time, Zhuowen seemed to have treated spiritual power as a means of attack. As for some knowledge of origin arrays, although he had dabbled in them, he was not very proficient in them. Although Zhuowen's spiritual power had now reached the great circle of the 5th grade, Zhuowen could only create 3rd grade origin arrays. This was something that Grandmaster Karaki had taught him back then. As for 4th grade origin arrays and 5th grade origin arrays, Zhuan did not know any of them. If Mufeng were to know that Zhua, when possessed such a powerful spiritual talent, yet he had recklessly used his spiritual power as a means of attack, and had never learned how to refine elemental arrays, it was unknown whether Mufeng would beat Zhuo to death. With such talent for spiritual power, he actually did not study origin arrays properly. From Mufeng's point of view, this was an act of putting the cart before the horse. Thus, before joining the arcane tower, Zhuan was prepared to thoroughly master his knowledge of origin arrays. Once he could create 5th grade origin arrays, he would definitely be put in an important position by Mufeng after joining the arcane tower. Chapter 10:24. Morning Seal, however, Zhuan was going to do a mission first, so he didn't want to exchange for books and knowledge about elemental arrays in the arcane arts category. Instead, he clicked on the arts and armor categories. There were many entries for cultivation methods and armor skills. They were listed from top to bottom, making one dizzy just by looking at them. There were also many subcategories within these two categories, such as body movement, sound wave, attack, defense, special, and so on. The categories were very detailed. Zhuan was not in a hurry. He casually browsed through the screen. If he saw something that suited him, Zhuan would look at the detailed introduction and mark it. Later, he would decide whether to exchange for it or not. After looking at it for about an hour, Zhuan marked 7 or 8 cultivation methods and armor skills. Among them, there were attack skills, movement skills, and at the same time, there were also defense skills. Anyway, there were all kinds of skills. When Zhuan was casually browsing through the cultivation methods section, his eyes suddenly fixed on one of the entries. Then, his breathing suddenly became a little rapid, and his eyes became quite excited, like a cat seeing a mouse. 7 Emotions, Precious Seal. Murmuring in a low voice, Zhuan's eyes were full of excitement. The content of the entry he was staring at was as follows. The 7 Emotions Precious Seal was a saint's cultivation method. It contained the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, disgust, and desire. It had the effect of increasing strength and weakening the enemy's strength. However, to Zhuo Wen's disappointment, the 7 Emotions Treasure Seal in the exchange entry was also incomplete. There were only 3 types of 7 Emotions Treasure Seal in the exchange entry. They were the Fury Treasure Seal, the Love Treasure Seal, and the Grief Treasure Seal. What made Zhuan's face turn ugly was that the price of each of the 7 Emotions Treasured Seals was 150,000 contribution points. This was the price of one seal. If all 3 seals were exchanged together, it would probably cost 450,000 contribution points. To Zhuan, this was definitely a huge sum of money. So expensive. Zhuan frowned slightly and muttered to himself in a low voice. Even so, Zhuan still marked the 7 Emotions Treasure Seal. Anyway, this time he was exchanging spiritual treasures for contribution points. If he could gather 150,000 contribution points, Zhuan would grit his teeth in exchange for the 7 Emotions Treasure Seal. If he couldn't, he could only follow his original plan and exchange for the miscellaneous cultivation methods and armor skills that he had marked just now. Have you chosen? Seeing Zhuan withdraw from the exchange list with a frown, the woman in the Cheongsam revealed a smile and asked Zhuan. Done. Zhuan nodded and handed the marked 7 Emotions Precious Seal to the Cheongsam lady. When the lady's beautiful eyes fell on the item marked by Zhuan, her beautiful face suddenly stiffened. She was actually stunned for a moment. As a service staff at the counter, the Cheongsam lady was naturally familiar with many of the items on the exchange list. She was no stranger to the 7 Emotions Treasure Seal. This was a sage cultivation method, but it was an incomplete one. However, even if it was incomplete, it was still extremely expensive. This incomplete 7 Emotions Treasure Seal required 150,000 contribution points. Among the many students in the outer court, there were very few who could take out such a high amount of contribution points. Only a few monstrous geniuses who were ranked at the top of the Heavenly Master list might be able to take out so many contribution points at once. However, the young man in front of her was only at the peak of the sovereign realm. Logically speaking, A student with such a cultivation was only an extremely ordinary student in the outer court. How could he take out so many contribution points to exchange for the 7 Emotions treasure seal? I'm sorry. Customer, did you make the wrong choice? After thinking for a moment, the Cheongsam lady could only force a smile and ask Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and said, I didn't make the wrong choice. I originally intended to exchange for the 7 Emotions treasure seal. Then do you have 150,000 contribution points on you? The Cheongsam lady frowned and asked. Zhuowen shook his head again. However, it was this shake of his head that caused the Cheongsam lady's beautiful eyes to turn cold. She said, If you are here to cause trouble, I think you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. This is not a place where a mere student can run amok. Hearing the Cheongsam lady's words, Zhuowen knew that she had misinterpreted his meaning. He continued, Miss, don't worry. I'm not here to cause trouble. Although I don't have 150,000 contribution points on me, I can exchange spiritual treasures for contribution points and use them to exchange for the 7 Emotions treasure seal. Hearing this, the Cheongsam lady's expression softened slightly. She said, If that's the case, then take out the spiritual treasure you want to exchange for first. Nodding his head, Zhuowen did not hesitate. With a flick of his finger, he took out the trident that was filled with blue light. This trident was the one he had taken from Yun Zhongyang on the Thousand Beast Bridge. This sea god's halberd was a top-quality emperor-level spiritual treasure. Seeing how Yun Zhongyang treasured it, this item was definitely not cheap. Sure enough, the moment Zhuowen took out the sea god's halberd, the Cheongsam lady's beautiful eyes flickered. The middle-aged man sitting on the armchair beside the counter also stood up and quickly walked over. This middle-aged man's hair was white, and there were very obvious horizontal lines of wrinkles on his forehead. This added a hint of vicissitudes to him. Damn it, this bastard actually used my sea god's halberd to exchange for it? Yun Zhongyang and the other two had been following behind Zhuowen the whole time. They stood in a corner dozens of meters behind Zhuowen and did not seem very eye-catching. However, when Yun Zhongyang's gaze focused on the sea god's halberd in Zhuowen's hand, his fists clenched tightly, and he could not help but curse. However, it was useless. This was originally Yun Zhongyang's natal spiritual treasure, but it was about to be sold to the academy by Zhuowen. Yun Zhongyang could only watch helplessly. Brother Yun, don't be impulsive. When this little bastard really goes out on a mission, his contribution points and many good things in his spirit ring will all be ours. Yuan Kong, who was standing behind Yun Zhongyang, hurriedly advised. Only then did Yun Zhongyang, who had fallen into a state of rage, gradually calm down. Brother Yuan is right. Right now, it is not worth getting angry over this little bastard. Soon, I will make him spit out everything that this bastard owes me. Yun Zhongyang gradually calmed down and said coldly. Zhuowen naturally did not know about the conversation between Yun Zhongyang and the other two. At this moment, the middle-aged man with white hair at the counter had already picked up the sea god's halberd and was carefully examining it. There was a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Zhuowen knew that this middle-aged man in front of him should be one of the appraisers on the second floor. Generally, cultivators who could hold this position would have a high status in the outer yard. The sea god's halberd contains a trace of the ocean's origin. It can be regarded as one of the top-quality royal rank spirit treasures. The middle-aged man touched the sea god's halberd in his hand. Then he lowered his eyes and asked Zhuowen, How much do you plan to sell it for? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth rose slightly. He cupped his hands and said, That depends on what price Senior is willing to pay. Zhuowen's words were ambiguous. In fact, he was completely unclear about the value of the sea god's halberd. He only knew that it was a royal rank spirit treasure, and its value was definitely not low. Ordinary royal rank spirit treasures are worth about 100,000 contribution points, but your sea god's halberd contains a trace of the ocean's origin. Its value is higher. When a middle-aged man said this, he became silent as if he was thinking about something. Zhuowen did not urge him. He stood quietly in front of the counter and stared at the middle-aged man who was in deep thought. Young friend, how about 120,000 contribution points? The middle-aged man seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said. Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to be quite excited. He did not expect that the middle-aged man in front of him would give such a tempting price. However, he was keenly aware that the middle-aged man did not give him the true price of the sea god's halberd. Therefore, Zhuowen was very calm at this moment. He shook his head and said, Senior, do you really think that the sea god's halberd is only worth that much? The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. He secretly thought that Zhuowen was cunning. However, he did not hesitate and continued to offer, how about 140,000 contribution points? However, Zhuowen still shook his head gently, causing the middle-aged man's heart to sink to the bottom. He gritted his teeth again and fiercely said, 160,000 contribution points. This is the highest price I can offer. If you're still not satisfied, there is nothing I can do. At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was blooming with joy. He did not expect that the sea god's halberd, which he did not care much about, could be sold at such a high price. Although he was happy, Zhuowen pretended to be calm on the surface. After pondering for a moment, he nodded his head and said, Senior, this price is very reasonable. 160,000 contribution points. I will sell it. When the middle-aged man heard this, he secretly sighed. He nodded his head and said with a smile, It seems that young friend is also an insider. Here are 160,000 contribution points. Take it. As he spoke, the middle-aged man smiled and handed over a black card. Then, he used the black card to swipe it across Zhuowen's contribution points table. Immediately, his contribution points table increased by 160,000. Originally, Zhuowen still had 40,000 contribution points. Now that it had increased by 160,000, he had a total of 200,000 contribution points. Even after exchanging for the Seven Emotions precious seal, he still had 50,000 contribution points left. The woman in the Cheongsam, standing beside the middle-aged man, was also stunned. She did not expect that the young man in front of her, who did not have a high cultivation, would be able to take out such a precious treasure to exchange. Now, I should be able to exchange for the Seven Emotions precious seal, right? After receiving 160,000 contribution points, Zhuowen grinned at the woman in the Cheongsam, who was stunned. He revealed a row of white and flawless teeth. Looking at the young man who was smiling brightly in front of her, the woman in the Cheongsam came back to her senses. She could not help but blush. She did not dare to be negligent. She quickly walked in front of Zhuowen and said, Esteemed guest, there are a total of 3 seals in the Seven Emotions precious seal. May I know which seal's cultivation method you want to exchange for? Chapter 1025. Pulse opening Piljua when had already obtained the Wrath treasure seal of the Seven Emotions treasure seals. The Love treasure seal was the same as the Wrath treasure seal. It should be a type of treasure seal that increased one's strength. Only the Grief treasure seal was a type of treasure seal that was used to weaken the enemy's strength. As Zhuowen already had the Fury seal that could increase his strength, and he could only exchange for one type of seal, Zhuowen did not hesitate to exchange for the Grief seal. The Grief seal's release method was like a curse, unknowingly weakening the enemy. This item was quite useful in battle. It had a miraculous effect. The Cheongsam lady nodded and took out a jade token from the counter. The runes drawn on the jade token were very similar to the runes on the jade token that Zhuowen obtained when he obtained the first place among the freshmen. Perhaps the dean purposely used the Fury seal of the Seven Emotions treasured seals as a reward for the first place. Speaking of which, the dean was quite generous. A Fury seal cost 150,000 contribution points, which meant that the first-place freshman would not only receive 10,000 contribution points, but also a Fury seal that was worth 150,000 contribution points. Speaking of which, the reward for the first-place freshman was really generous. Young friend, if you have any other good things in the future, you can come to my counter to exchange for them. The price I give you is absolutely fair. After receiving the Grief treasure seal, the middle-aged man with white hair said to Zhuowen with a smile. At this moment, he was constantly looking at the Neptune's halberd in his hand. He seemed to be very interested in the Neptune's origin of the ocean contained within the Neptune's halberd. Zhuowen nodded and smiled. Don't worry. Do you think I don't trust you? If I have any good items in the future, I will definitely be the first to exchange them at your counter and appraise them. This kind of appraiser had a high status in the mission site, and his strength was also very strong. If Zhuan had a good relationship with this middle-aged man in front of him, it would be very beneficial for him to hand over missions in the future. Perhaps it might even be more convenient. After exchanging some pleasantries with the middle-aged man, Zhuan found out that this white-haired appraiser was called Bei Xian. Afterwards, as Zhuan wanted to go down to find Mo Lingtian and the others, he bid farewell to Bei Xian and walked down the stairs to the first floor. The flow of people on the first floor was still unbelievably high, almost to the point where it was crowded. Many people continuously squeezed in front of the light screen in the center of the hall, constantly browsing the contents of the missions, hoping to find a suitable mission for them. Zhuan's gaze was not placed on the Xian region and Ultimate region's missions. Firstly, there were too many people in these two regions. Secondly, with Zhuan's strength, the missions of the Xian region and Ultimate region, Xian region and Ultimate region's missions, and the Gold regions, and Heavenly Sovereign region only. And Heavenly regions had about 10 Heavenly regions, and Heavenly region of Heavenly regions had Heavenly regions. The heavens heaves heavens regions. Big Brother Zhua. An excited figure immediately rushed in front of Zhuan. It was the red-faced Jianan. Behind Jianan, Gatha, Xin Xing, and Mo Lingtian slowly followed. Soon, they arrived in front of Zhuan. Have the four of you received your respective missions? Zhuan asked with a faint smile. Jianan nodded and said excitedly, Gatha, Xin Xing, and I have all received missions in the Xian region. Moreover, the mission we received is a group mission. It requires 3 people, and the 3 of us are just right. Moreover, the rewards for this mission are quite generous. If we succeed, each of us will receive 2,000 contribution points. Zhuan was startled, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. The mission that Jianan received was quite good. Moreover, it was a group mission. Jianan, Gatha, and Xin Xing were together, which would increase their safety by a lot. Moreover, the rewards for this mission were also quite good. Subsequently, Zhuan's gaze landed on Mo Lingtian and said, Brother Mo, what mission did you receive? Mo Lingtian said somewhat helplessly, I have just advanced to the initial stage of the Golden Exalt realm, so I did not dare to accept missions in the Gold region. The missions in the Gold region are too difficult for initial stage Golden Exalts, so I accepted a mission in the Gold region. Zhuan nodded and said, Brother Mo, this is a very wise decision. After all, this is our first time accepting a mission. If we accept a difficult mission from the start, I'm afraid it will not benefit us at all. Moreover, you can first do the missions in the Gold region. After you get used to the flow of missions, you can do the missions in the Gold region. This will be quite beneficial for you to complete the missions in the Gold region. Mo Lingtian nodded and said in agreement, I think so too. However, Brother Zhua, have you chosen your mission? Zhuan waved his hand and said, I just came down from the 2nd level. I haven't had the time to choose yet. With Brother Zhua's strength, you should be able to complete the missions in the Heaven region, right? Mo Lingtian said sincerely. Zhuan smiled bitterly and said, I have the same idea as you. I did not intend to choose such a difficult mission at first. Let's practice with the missions in the Gold region first. After completing this mission, I will have a general understanding of these missions in my heart. At that time, I will decide whether to choose the missions in the Heaven region or not. Let's take a look at the list of missions first and see which ones are more suitable for you. Mo Lingtian replied. As they spoke, the 5 of them came to the Gold region. They looked up at the light screen above the Gold region and saw a list of missions. There were nearly 100 missions in the Gold region. Some of them were dim, which meant that the mission had been accepted and was in the process of being executed. Zhuan skipped over the dim lists and focused on the missions that had not been accepted. Mission: Exterminate the Border City Bandit Gang Evil Deeds. Arson, looting, killing and robbing, humiliating women, forcing women into prostitution, and committing all kinds of crimes. Suggestion: the Border City Bandit Gang has a total of 25 members. The weakest is at the early stage of the Golden Venerable Realm, and the highest leader is at the peak of the Golden Venerable Realm. The bandit gang has mastered a powerful combination attack and can fight against an early-stage Heavenly Venerable Realm warrior. Mission reward: 20,000 contribution points. The first mission in the Gold region was to exterminate the Border City bandit gang, and the reward of contribution points was not low. However, the difficulty was not small. The individual strength of the bandit gang might not be very strong, but they had mastered the combination attack. The combined strength of 25 people could fight against an early-stage Heavenly Venerable Realm warrior. It was a rather difficult mission. Zhuan did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he browsed from top to bottom seriously. Soon after, he realized that the difficulty of the missions listed below was not the slightest bit easier than the first extermination of the Border City bandit group. Some were even more difficult. When Zhuan was browsing slowly, his eyes quickly noticed the mission at the bottom of the Gold region. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Commission mission: the Sun family of Aming City in the northeast. Hire powerful guards to escort the family pharmacist into the depths of the True Vein Forest to pick precious medicinal herbs. Details: the True Vein Forest is an extremely deep and terrifying natural danger zone in the northeast region of Excellent Spirit Island. There are many powerful origin beasts inside. There are many Golden Venerable Realm origin beasts, and Heavenly Venerable Realm origin beasts frequently appear. It is extremely dangerous. Mission reward: 30,000 contribution points. Because it is a commission mission, the Sun family will reward the family heirloom channel opening pill and some spirit stones as a reward. The reason why Zhuan was attracted to this mission was mainly because of the reward of the meridian opening pill. Zhuan had seen this meridian opening pill when he was browsing through the second floor's counter. The channel opening pill, as the name implied, was a pill that could expand the toughness and volume of the meridians. Its effect was the same as the ice and fire energy in the cultivation tower, but the effect was not as good as the cultivation tower. Moreover, this kind of channel opening pill could only be used once by a martial artist because this kind of channel opening pill would forcibly expand the meridians. The process could be said to be extremely painful. The effect of taking it once was already very good. However, if it was taken a second time, there would be almost no effect. Instead, there would be side effects which would damage the meridians in the body, leaving behind hidden dangers for the martial arts foundation in the future. Zhuan was interested in the channel opening pill, so he was somewhat moved by this mission. After all, if his meridians could be expanded by the channel opening pill again, not only would his strength increase greatly, but his cultivation speed would also be greatly improved. I'll choose this one. Nodding his head, Zhuan waved his right hand and immediately accepted the mission. Soon after, the mission from the Sun clan of the Aming City in the northeast also became dull and dull. Brother Zhuan, the mission you accepted is not simple. Listening to the introduction, the True Vein Forest should be very dangerous. Mo Ling Tian frowned slightly. He also clearly saw the mission Zhuan accepted, which was why he had such an expression. Brother Mo, don't worry. I'm not going to die. If I really encounter danger, I'll naturally give up the mission immediately. Escaping is more important. Zhuan smiled faintly. Hearing this, Mo Ling Tian nodded. Zhuan's strength was very strong, but his ability to escape was not to be outdone. If Zhuan really wanted to escape, an ordinary heavenly venerable martial artist might not be able to do anything to Zhuan. After accepting the mission, Zhuan and the rest were about to go to the mission site. However, suddenly, a clamor came from the hall on the first floor. The noise attracted Zhuan's attention. Looking over, Zhuan immediately saw 3 figures walking in from the entrance of the mission site. The 3 of them were quite young. Among them, the young man in the lead had a cold and arrogant expression. He seemed to have no regard for others. This young man carried a large black spear on his back and was dressed in black. He looked straight ahead and did not pay any attention to the surrounding gazes. As soon as he entered, his gaze landed on the mission list in the sky area. The 2 people behind this young man were a man and a woman. Moreover, Zhuan was not unfamiliar with them. They were actually the brother and sister, Lu Qing and Lu Xiang. As Zhuowen was standing in the crowd, the brother and sister did not notice Zhuowen's existence. Instead, they respectfully followed behind the black-clothed young man. The great pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion, Di Ba, is also here. This kind of person has not stepped into the mission site for a long time. Exalted Spirit. Chapter 1026. Di Badiba's aura was very strong, much stronger than Lu Qing's. Last time, Chengdong had also vaguely told Zhuowen that Di Ba was ranked very high on the Heavenly Sovereign list. He could be considered a monstrous genius in the outer court with terrifying talent and strength. Ding, ding, ding. Arriving in front of the Heaven Region's mission list, Di Ba's sharp gaze landed on the first line of the list. He said indifferently, "There have been quite a lot of missions related to Azura Island recently." Lu Qing nodded and said softly, "Azura Island hasn't been very peaceful recently. Many new forces have risen. The new forces are challenging the old forces or fighting for the blood crystal lode. It can be said that the flames of war are everywhere. It's precisely because Azura Island has been too chaotic recently that there are many more missions than before." Diba nodded and shook his head slightly, making a crunching sound. He said indifferently, "It's been a long time since I've come out to exercise. Let's go to Azura Island to play during this period of time." As he spoke, Diba waved his right hand. Suddenly, the 10 missions in the Heaven region all dimmed. Huh. Seeing that the missions in the Heaven region had all dimmed, the surrounding students were shocked. Diba had actually accepted all the missions in the Heaven region at once. Wasn't this a bit too overbearing? Zhuowen was also moved. Diba was indeed extremely overbearing, as his name suggested. He had taken all the missions in the Heaven region as soon as he took action. One had to know that the missions in the Heaven region corresponded to Heavenly Venerables. Moreover, they were life-threatening missions for Heavenly Venerables. Normally, Heavenly Venerables would have to consider the pros and cons of accepting the missions in the Heaven region again and again. Diba, on the other hand, had taken all the missions in one go. However, Diba was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Zhuowen couldn't see through Diba's true cultivation. He only felt that Diba's aura was very terrifying and powerful. It was so powerful that it gave him an indescribable sense of oppression. Let's go. After accepting all the missions in the lower heaven area, Diba waved his right hand and led Lu Qing and Lu Xiang away from the mission site without looking back. He did not hesitate at all. Diba has been in seclusion for 2 years. Today, he came out of seclusion and accepted all the missions in the Heaven region. He must have had a major breakthrough, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds, right? It must be. Otherwise, Diba wouldn't be so arrogant as to take all the missions in the Heaven region. Sigh. I'm really envious of such a peerless genius. Every mission in the Heaven region rewards more than 100,000 contribution points. If Diba completes the mission and returns, he'll probably earn more than 1,000,000 contribution points. We might not be able to earn so many contribution points in our entire lives. After Diba left, many students on the first floor of the mission point looked envious and jealous. Diba's one mission was comparable to their countless mission rewards. This was the difference. The outer court was like this. If you had natural talent and strength, then contribution points were practically within reach. The more contribution points one possessed, the higher one's starting point would be compared to the other students. Of course, one would leave the others even further behind. This was the difference between geniuses and mediocre people. Geniuses place their focus on becoming stronger, so contribution points would continuously enter the hands of geniuses. On the other hand, mediocre people place their focus on contribution points and neglected to use contribution points to become stronger. As a result, they became more and more mediocre and eventually disappeared into the crowd. This Diba is so arrogant and powerful. He actually accepted all the missions in the Heaven region as soon as he took action. Jahanan muttered to himself with a glint in his eyes. He is indeed arrogant and powerful. In this mission point, there are a few Empyrean Realm students, but no one dares to go to the mission in the Heaven receiving area. However, This Deba accepted all the missions. Mo Lingtian also sighed as he muttered to himself. Zhuan shook his head and said, "The strong have always been weak. If you have the heart to become stronger, we can also reach Deba's height." Deba's strength also moved Zhuan's heart. However, this also stimulated Zhuan's desire to become stronger. This was the life and path he wanted. There were so many geniuses in the outer court who were stronger than him. This way, Zhuan would have more motivation to move forward and strengthen his belief in becoming stronger. At the same time, it would also broaden Zhuan's horizons and let him know that there would always be geniuses and warriors stronger than him in this world. It was precisely because there were so many experts walking in front of Zhuan that Zhuan had a clearer goal, a stronger hope, and a heart of a swan that wanted to climb higher and look down on the world. Hearing Zhuan's words, Jianan, Mo Lingtian, and the other two were startled. Soon after, a thoughtful expression appeared in their eyes. Zhuan's words had awakened them from their dreams. Just now, they were all envious and in awe of Deba's strength and tyranny. In fact, they felt an invisible sense of inferiority in their hearts, but Zhuan did not. Although Zhuan's strength might be far inferior to Deba's, Zhuan did not feel any sense of inferiority. Instead, he firmly believed that relying on his own efforts, he would eventually reach Deba's height, or even surpass Deba. This was the true state of mind that a warrior should have. Looking at Zhuan's tall and straight figure, Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other two's eyes lit up. They all nodded gratefully at Zhuan, and they finally knew why Zhuan was so strong. It was precisely because of such a tenacious state of mind that Zhuan's current strength was achieved. After all, nothing in this world was a fluke. If you wanted to obtain something, you had to pay a price, and you had to take action. Those martial artists who only knew how to talk but never take action would eventually be reduced to mediocrity and insignificant dust in the long river of history. Big brother Zhua, Gatha, sister Xianxing, and I plan to head to the northwest West Trench City to carry out mission. Moreover, we must complete it within a month. Time is of the essence, so we'll be leaving first, Jianan said to Zhuan. Jianan, Gatha, and Xianxing, the three of you be careful. Jianan, Gatha, you might have already noticed that your armor souls are not ordinary, right? It's best if you spend more time on your armor souls. It will bring you great benefits in the future, Zhuan said cautiously. Big brother Zhua, do you know the origins of our armor souls? Jianan was stunned. Soon after, he stared at Zhuan and asked with some anticipation. Jianan and Gatha had shown great talent since they were young. Moreover, their armor souls were very different from the other clansmen in the clan. The two of them actually knew that their armor souls were not ordinary since a long time ago. However, they were unable to identify the origins of their armor souls. Even the seniors of the clan were completely clueless. Now that Zhuan had said that, it was like a stone falling into water. It caused great waves in their hearts. They knew that Zhuan was not speaking without thinking. It was very likely that he knew the origins of their armor souls. Zhuan shook his head and said, "There's no need for you to know about this right now. All you need to do is excavate the potential of your armor souls. You'll naturally know when the time is right." Jianan and Gatha revealed a sliver of disappointment when they heard Zhuan's reply. However, they also knew that Zhuan would not harm them. Therefore, they nodded cautiously and secretly paid attention to their armor souls. The three of you can set off now. Try to be careful. If you feel that the mission is too difficult, give up as soon as possible. After all, your life is much more important than the mission. Zhuan gave a few more instructions before the three of them left the outer courtyard. They were prepared to head to West Trench City in the northwest. Brother Zhua, it's time for me to set off as well. Mo Lingtian clasped his hands toward Zhuan and said with a smile after sending off the three of them, "Be careful on the way. I wish you success in your mission." Zhuan said cautiously, Don't worry. The mission I've accepted is a regional one. It won't be too difficult for a golden exalt." When he spoke up to hear, Mo Lingtian's gaze suddenly shot towards the three figures not too far behind Zhuan and said solemnly, Yin Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng are too strange. I'm afraid they'll harm you. So try to be careful on the way. Zhuowen had naturally noticed the three of them who were staring at him ceaselessly. His gaze was piercingly cold as he said to Mo Lingtian, I know. If I have the chance, I'll definitely eliminate them. Otherwise, there'll be a disaster sooner or later. Mo Lingtian nodded and exchanged some pleasantries with Zhuowen before leaving swiftly as well. Only Zhuowen was left standing at the entrance of the mission hall. Kid, your mission doesn't have a time limit. You don't have to set off immediately. You can wait for a while before setting off. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out. Zhuowen nodded and muttered to himself. I'm going to cultivate the morning treasure seal before setting off. Yun Zhongyang and the other two are like flies, following behind me. I wonder what they're up to? The three of them seem to be in a hurry for you to go on a mission. Perhaps there are helpers from the three of them outside the main city. Moreover, these helpers are very strong and can kill you, Blackie replied. Emperor Realm Masters from the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty? After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen suddenly remembered Supreme Jin who dared to make a move in front of the dean. At that time, he had killed the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's #1 monstrous genius, Yuan Zhao. The Yaoguang Holy Dynasty would definitely not let the matter rest. In addition to Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuanxing's strange actions, Zhuowen easily linked them to the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's Emperor Realm Masters. I'm afraid it's not just the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's Emperor Realm Masters. The Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's Emperor Lan should also be involved. Otherwise, Yin Zhongyang wouldn't be together with Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng, Xiao Hei said. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. If there were really Emperor Realm Masters waiting for him, it wouldn't be good for his mission. Chapter 10:27. Strange Yun Zhongyang and the other two. It seems like I have to think of a way to get rid of them. Zhuowen muttered. He knew that if the Emperor Realm experts of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty and Blue Whale Holy Dynasty were really waiting for him, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. I'll go back and cultivate the morning treasure seal first. I'll ask Senior Bei Xian if they have something like that. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He decided to go back and cultivate the morning treasure seal first. Why didn't Zhuowen carry out the mission after accepting it? Why did he go back to his residence? Yun Zhongyang and the other two narrowed their eyes when they saw Zhuowen walking back. Their expressions were slightly unsightly. Our actions are too obvious. Could it be that Zhuowen is starting to suspect us? Yuan Kong frowned. It's possible, but so what if he suspects us? He's already accepted the mission. If he doesn't go out and complete it, he'll definitely be punished by the Academy with a corresponding amount of contribution points. Contribution points are too important to a student. He definitely won't hide in the Academy forever, Yun Zhongyang said with a sinister gaze. Brother Yun is right. We just need to keep an eye on Zhuowen. After all, he can't do anything to us in the Academy, Yuanxing added. As they spoke, the three of them followed Zhuowen back to his residence. After returning to the bamboo house, Zhuowen released the Mystic Soul Ice Butterfly to protect him. Zhuowen sat on the futon and flipped his right hand. He took out the Morning Treasure Seal's Jade token and used the same method as before to release the Morning Treasure Seal's content. Zhuowen closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Morning Treasure Seal's mysteries and patterns. The 7 Emotions Treasured Seal was very powerful. If he could successfully cultivate it, it would be immensely beneficial to him. As Zhuowen comprehended the Morning Treasure Seal, a sorrowful feeling rose up in Zhuowen's heart. The sorrowful feeling grew thicker and thicker, practically filling up his entire heart. It made Zhuowen lose his wits, as if he could not muster up any strength at all. The grief of the heart was like a dead heart. It was the emotion of losing all hope and pursuit. Once one fell into this emotion, one would be powerless and their strength would be weakened to a terrifying extent. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and immediately woke up from this sorrowful mood. His eyes were filled with dread. This Morning Treasure Seal was very powerful. It could actually make him fall into a sorrowful mood unknowingly. Furthermore, Zhuowen, who had sunk into a sorrowful mood, could clearly feel that his entire body was powerless. He could only use half of his original strength. This morning treasure seal was truly terrifying. To think that it could reduce his strength by so much. I must master this morning treasure seal in a short period of time. Zhuan's eyes flickered. He could feel the terrifying power of this grief treasure seal. This thing was definitely more helpful to him than the fury treasure seal. Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon flew like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, time was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it flew past him. Very quickly, a week had passed. Early in the morning, a ray of pale golden light shone through the mottled shadows of the leaves and landed on the young man, sitting on the praying mat by the window. The pale yellow light was imprinted on the side of the young man's face, revealing the young man's well-defined face. Although he was not exceptionally handsome, he was rather handsome and pleasing to the eye. The young man's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Soon after, a rich, sorrowful aura spread out from his body. This sorrowful aura was extremely rich, almost converging into a faint black chi that spread throughout the entire bamboo house. The profound soul ice butterfly, which was originally lying in the bamboo house, also felt this sorrowful aura. It drooped its head and softly cried out. Its eyes were dyed with a layer of sorrow as its entire body became powerless. Slowly standing up, Zhuan also saw the profound soul ice butterfly's abnormal state. With a wave of his right hand, the sorrowful aura that spread throughout the room was immediately absorbed into Zhuan's body and transformed into a strange treasure seal. It was the morning treasure seal. I have a preliminary grasp of the morning treasure seal. The sorrowful aura that it emits should be able to affect 30% of my battle strength. The corners of Zhuan's mouth slightly curled as he somewhat excitedly muttered to himself. This was the extent of his preliminary grasp of the morning treasure seal. If he was able to completely master the morning treasure seal, it was likely that he would be able to reduce his opponent's battle strength by 50%. However, this kind of curse was most effective against practitioners of the same level. If the practitioner's cultivation level far exceeded Zhuan's, the weakening effect of the morning treasure seal would be greatly reduced. Kid, in the past week, Yun Zhongyang and the other two fellows have been loitering around your residence. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuan's mind. These three fellows really don't give up. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. His eyes were piercingly cold and contained a trace of ghastly killing intent. Xiao Hei said somewhat worriedly, Kid, how are you going to deal with the old man behind these three fellows? This Dragon Lord is 100% certain that the Emperor Realm experts of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty and Blue Whale Holy Dynasty have not left Excellent God Island. Zhuo nodded. He also believed that the three Emperor Realm experts of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty and Blue Whale Holy Dynasty were definitely still on Excellent God Island. After all, with Zhuan's current battle strength, Yin Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng were no match for him. However, the three of them were fearless in front of him and were even rather arrogant. There was only one explanation for this. They must have the support of an expert behind them, and this expert couldn't be anyone else other than the Emperor Realm experts behind their respective empires. Kid, you don't seem to be very worried. Could it be that you have some other way? Xiao Hei asked suspiciously. Of course there is a way. I need to go to the second floor of the mission hall and look for Senior Bei Xian to exchange for something. Zhuowen smiled mysteriously and stepped out of his room, heading towards the mission hall. Yun Zhongyang and the other two, who were originally scattered around Zhuowen's residence, looked at Zhuowen's back and hurriedly followed, afraid that they would lose Zhuowen. HM, why is Zhuowen going to the mission hall again? Didn't he already accept the mission? Yun Zhongyang and the other two, who were following behind, felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Let's follow him and take a look. Yun Zhongyang snorted coldly and led Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng to follow closely behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen arrived at the mission hall as if he was familiar with it. He didn't stay on the first floor for long and went straight to the second floor. There weren't many people on the second floor, and Bei Xian's counter was also deserted. Zhuowen went straight to Bei Xian's counter. Bei Xian also saw Zhuowen walking over and hurriedly stood up. He rubbed his hands and smiled at Zhuowen. "Zhuo Xiaoyu, could it be that you have something good to exchange for contribution points again?" Zhuowen shook his head and transmitted his voice to Bei Xian. "Senior, do you have any puppets to exchange at this counter?" Bei Xian was stunned. Although he was a little puzzled by Zhuowen's request, he still nodded and said, "Of course we have puppets, but what kind of puppets do you need?" "A puppet that can change its appearance and aura. For example, a puppet that can imitate my appearance and aura." "I only need this type of puppet," Zhuowen said indifferently. Bei Xian's eyes narrowed. He immediately noticed Yun Zhongyang and the other two coming up from the first floor. He nodded and said, "I have the puppet that you were talking about, but it is a little expensive. How much do you need?" Zhuowen asked. 10,000 contribution points, Bei Xian said. "Deal. However, senior, do you have an inner room?" "I can't let this puppet see the light for the time being," Zhuowen continued. "I know. Follow me." Bei Xian nodded and stood up to lead Zhuowen into the inner room behind the counter. Yin Zhongyang and the other two, who were originally following behind, frowned. What was Zhuowen doing? Why did he suddenly follow the appraiser into the inner room? Thinking of this, the three of them walked up to the counter and wanted to enter the inner room. However, they were stopped by the Chongsam lady in front of the counter. "The three of you, unauthorized personnel, are not allowed to enter the inner room," the Chongsam lady said coldly. "Why did that person just go in?" Yin Zhongyang asked unhappily. The Chongsam lady said indifferently, "Because the three of them are conducting a transaction with Master Bei Xian. Because the item involved is more important, they have to enter the inner room. If you want to force your way in, you'll have to bear the consequences." Hearing this, Yin Zhongyang and the other two's faces stiffened. They knew that every appraiser on the second floor of the mission hall had a high status. The consequences of offending an appraiser would not be good. Although he was curious as to why Zhuowen went into the inner room, Yin Zhongyang did not dare to take the risk of offending an appraiser and barge in. "Then we will wait outside," Yin Zhongyang snorted coldly. He walked to the stone pillar beside the counter and waited silently. After about half an hour, Zhuowen came out from the inner room. He quickly noticed Yun Zhongyang and the other two waiting beside the counter. His eyes flashed with a deep chill. "Why are the three of you waiting for me here? Could it be that you want to challenge me?" Zhuowen came in front of Yun Zhongyang and the other two and asked coldly. Yun Zhongyang and the other two's gazes froze and their faces turned ugly. They naturally knew how terrifying Zhuowen's battle strength was. When they first entered the outer court, the three of them were already not Zhuowen's match. Now that Zhuowen had cultivated in the cultivation tower for a month, he had laid the foundation for expanding his meridians. His battle strength had probably increased by several times. Because the three of them had their contribution points stolen by the older students, they did not have enough contribution points to cultivate in the cultivation tower for a month. If they were to challenge Zhuowen now, wouldn't that be courting death? "What? Are we not allowed to stroll around here?" Yin Zhongyang said coldly. "I hope you can continue to stroll around here." After Zhuowen finished speaking, he turned and left the second floor of the mission hall and went downstairs. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, Yin Zhongyang and the other two felt that there was something strange about Zhuowen who came out from the inner room. As for what exactly was strange, they could not pinpoint it. "Let's go. We will follow him." Chapter 1028. Four great Emperor Realm experts. Not long after Yin Zhongyang and the other two left, two figures walked out from the second floor. One of them was the appraiser, Bei Xian, while the other was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen cupped his hands towards Bei Xian and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help this time, Senior Bei Xian. It's nothing. You use your contribution points to exchange for that puppet. It's just a small matter." Bei Xian waved his hand. From the conversation between the two, it could be seen that the Zhuowen that appeared for the first time was just a puppet. The real Zhuowen was the young man in front of him. "Goodbye, Senior Bei Xian. If I can get something good in the future, I'll definitely come and find you." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen left the mission hall. The moment he walked out of the mission hall, Zhuowen's appearance and aura instantly changed. Using the 100 transformation technique, Zhuowen turned into a black-haired, black-robed young man with a cold expression. Zhuowen took out a long sword from his spirit ring. The longsword's aura wasn't strong and was only at the level of an earth-rank spiritual treasure. It was one of the spiritual treasures that Zhuowen had plundered from the Shaoyan family's warehouse. Even if Yun Zhongyang and the others have the fiery golden eyes, they won't be able to recognize me. Zhuowen looked at his appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he strode towards the entrance of the outer courtyard. Outside the academy was the main city. As he walked on the street, Zhuowen took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message. Immediately, a jade-colored light shot out and disappeared into the sky. Zhuowen silently leaned against a street stall and waited. Not long after, a young man in blue flew over from the sky. He scanned the area as if he was looking for something. However, after searching for a while, he frowned. "Ziyang, I'm here." Just as the blue-clothed man frowned and stopped in this area, an indifferent voice resounded in his mind. The eyes of the blue-clothed young man focused. He noticed the black-haired, black-robed young man beside the small stall. He was initially startled. Immediately, he hurriedly came in front of Zhuowen and respectfully said, "Master, you're finally willing to see us." Zhuowen nodded and said, "How has the past month been? I can see that your aura is much stronger than before. You should be close to the Emperor realm, right?" Ziyang Tianzuan hurriedly said respectfully, "This is all thanks to Master and Master Long. The physical body that Master Long reconstructed has a much higher aptitude than my previous one, so my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds." At this moment, Ziyang Tianzuan was quite excited. Since his physical body was reconstructed, he also found that his aptitude was much better than his previous physical body. In addition, this new physical body was the body of a young man. Its vitality and vitality were far better than the old and weak physical body of his previous body. After this period of running in and cultivation, Ziyang Tianzuan's progress was very fast. Originally, he had not touched the barrier of the Emperor realm for a long time, but now he could clearly touch it. His strength was also much stronger than before. Ziyang Tianzuan believed that it would not be long before he could break the barrier and truly advance to the Emperor realm. Originally, with Ziyang Tianzuan's aptitude, it was very difficult to advance to the Emperor realm. After all, when Ziyang Tianzuan advanced to the peak of the Heavenly Master realm, he was already very old. His body was old and weak, and his vitality was weak. He wanted to, but did not have the strength to break through to the Emperor realm. But now, Ziyang Tianzuan, who had reconstructed his physical body, was like a new life. The path of martial arts was much smoother than before. Ziyang Tianzuan already had the confidence to break through to a higher realm. Therefore, Ziyang Tianzuan, who originally had a grudge against becoming Zhuowen's slave, no longer had any grudges at all. He even felt a little happy about becoming Zhuowen's slave, which allowed him to obtain such a great opportunity. Zhuowen nodded. He could also feel that Ziyang Tianzuan's aura was indeed much stronger than before. He was quite satisfied. The stronger Ziyang Tianzuan's cultivation was, the greater the help it would be to him. "How are the other 4 people?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. "The other 4 people's cultivation has improved, especially Whitebrows. His cultivation has already reached the late stage of the Heavenly Master realm." Ziyang Tianzuan also smiled when he mentioned the other 4 Heavenly Masters. "Oh, Whitebrow Heavenly Master's cultivation has improved so quickly." Zhuowen was a little surprised. Zhuowen knew that Whitebrow Heavenly Master was only at the late stage of the Heavenly Master realm. It didn't take long for him to jump 2 levels in a row. It seemed that Whitebrow Heavenly Master's physical body was the strongest among the 5. "Master, why did you come out this time?" Ziyang Tianzuan asked cautiously. "I took a task in the academy. This time I came out to complete this task. As for calling you out, naturally, I was prepared to bring you along." Zhuowen said lightly. Ziyang Tianzuan nodded and immediately asked respectfully, "Do you want to bring Whitebrow, Huang Liang, and the other 3 with you?" "There's no need. Your strength is enough. Moreover, bringing so many people will only add to the trouble. Let's set off now." With that, Zhuowen walked along the street towards the outside of the city. Ziyang Tianzuan naturally didn't dare to say anything and silently followed behind Zhuowen. Outside the main city, a figure took a step forward and turned into a ray of light that shot towards the horizon. Behind this figure, 3 figures followed from a distance, not daring to get any closer. Brother Yun, why did this Zhuowen suddenly become so strange? The 3 of us were clearly following behind him, but he actually left the main city without noticing. This reaction is very unusual. Naturally, Yin Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng were following closely behind Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen acted as if he hadn't heard them and had actually left the main city without paying any attention to them. Yin Zhongyang frowned slightly. He had also noticed that Zhuowen was acting strangely in front of him. He said in a low voice, "Maybe this kid doesn't care about the 3 of us at all. That's why he acted so nonchalantly." Brother Yun's words make sense. However, the more Zhuowen acts like this, the more advantageous it is for us. Emperor Jin, Emperor Lan, and Emperor Feng are not far ahead. We can inform the 3 of them now. With 3 great emperors attacking together, this Zhuowen will die even if he doesn't die. Yuan Kong nodded with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Yin Zhongyang nodded and took out a jade talisman. He then crushed it and said with a sinister smile, "This Zhuowen is finished. Once he dies, we'll split his belongings and contribution points equally among the 3 of us." Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng revealed sinister smiles on their faces. Their Alcade sacred dynasty was already at odds with Zhuowen. The 2 of them couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die. A few thousand meters in front of Yun Zhongyang, there was a natural cliff. Below the cliff, there was a large, lush forest. In an open space in the forest, 4 figures with terrifying auras silently leaned against a tree trunk. There's movement. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a golden robe opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with explosive golden light. He then waved his right hand, and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. "Emperor Jin, how is it? Has that little bastard Zhuowen come out?" A middle-aged man in a blue robe walked over and asked. The blue-robed middle-aged man was an old face. He was the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's Blue Emperor. As for the other 2 figures, one was clad in a cyan robe, while the other was clad in a light blue robe. They were none other than the Azure Mystic Dynasty's Azure Emperor and the Alcade Holy Dynasty's Wind Emperor. Originally, Zhuowen had guessed that the 3 great emperors from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty and Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty would come to stop him. He didn't expect Emperor Qing of the Qing Xian Empire to join in as well. Yin Zhongyang and the other 2 have already sent a message. "Zhuowen is rushing towards us. You should be here soon." Emperor Jin nodded. His eyes were filled with coldness. Zhuowen had killed the number 1 genius of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty, Yuan Zhao. He had also spoken rudely in front of Emperor Jin. If he didn't get rid of him, Emperor Jin wouldn't be able to swallow his anger. Swoosh! Suddenly, an air-piercing sound came from afar. It instantly attracted the attention of the 4 great emperors on the open space. "He's here!" Emperor Jin shouted. He stomped his foot and his body shone with golden light. He instantly flew into the air and stared sharply at the figure in front of him. "It's that little bastard." Supreme Jin grinned and reached out with his right hand. Instantly, a powerful golden light shot out from his palm and turned into a thick golden wall. Bang! The figure slammed into the golden wall, after which his body came to a halt and he retreated continuously, revealing a handsome young man. His eyes were eerily cold as he stared at Jin in front of him. Emperor Jin? This person was none other than Zhuowen, who had transformed from a puppet. He stared coldly at Supreme Jin, who was enveloped in golden light. From the looks of it, you don't seem to be particularly afraid of seeing me." Supreme Jin stared at Zhuowen somewhat mockingly. Zhuowen nodded and calmly replied, "Where are the other 2? Come out together." Supreme Jin frowned as he stared at Zhuowen's fearless demeanor. He could vaguely sense that something was not quite right. However, there was no doubt that the young man before him was Zhuowen. Regardless of whether it was his looks, temperament, or aura, he was Zhuowen himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Zhuo Wen's voice faded, another 3 figures shot out from the dense forest below. The terrifying aura of Emperor Realm cultivators was fully displayed, and a terrifying gust of wind swept through the void. Emperor Lan, Emperor Feng, and Zhuo murmured softly. His eyes were fixed on the third green figure, and he calmly asked, "Who are you? I don't think I've offended you. Could it be that you're also a member of the Alcade Sacred Court and the Blue Whale Sacred Court?" 10,000 meters away from the main city gate, a young man with black hair and black robes followed Zhang Tianzuan. He carried a long sword on his back, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He murmured softly, "Emperor Qin? Could he have guessed that I'm the real Zhuowen?" Naturally, Zhuowen had infused a strand of his divine consciousness into this puppet. Therefore, everything that the puppet saw was clearly displayed in Zhuowen's eyes. Chapter 10:29. Explosion. The Qin Emperor smiled elegantly as he stared at Zhuowen. Our Qin Xian Empire actually has a genius called Zhuowen. He is also an expert with the spear. Your name is also Zhuowen. Coincidentally, you also use the spear. So what? Do you think that I am a Zhuowen from your Qin Xian Empire? There are so many people with the same name in the world. There are even more people who use the spear. Why are you so sure that I am the Zhuowen you are looking for? Zhuowen said calmly. The Qin Emperor's smile widened. You are right. There are so many people with the same name in the world. However, when you were fighting in the Thousand Beast Grotto, Granny Baiha told me that your techniques are too similar to Zhuowen from the Qin Xian Empire. They have the same name, both use spears, and even their methods are extremely similar. I really can't help but connect the two together. Moreover, Zhuowen of the Azure Mystic Empire has a secret technique that can change his appearance and aura. The other 3 martial emperors looked at Zhuowen mockingly. Based on the Qin Emperor's words, this young man called Zhuowen was actually from the Qin Xian Empire. Now that the two of them had turned against each other, it seemed that many things had happened back then. Qin Emperor, when you first heard that my name was Zhuowen, you already suspected me, right? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Huh, Zhuowen, does that mean that you have already admitted to it?" The Qin Emperor's eyes flashed as he suddenly laughed. "So what if I did? So what if I didn't?" Zhuowen said indifferently, "That's right. Whether you are or not, you cannot escape the fate of death today. If you die, at least I will have one less thing to think about." The Qin Emperor laughed and said confidently, "Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh." At the same time, Yin Zhongyang and the other 2 who had been following far behind also arrived in the sky above the forest. "Ha! Zhuowen, you didn't think that you would have a day like this, did you?" Yin Zhongyang stared at Zhuowen with an arrogant gaze as he sneered. Following behind Zhuowen, Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng also stared at Zhuowen with cold smiles. "Yeah, I also have a day like this." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he actually shot backward. His target was Yin Zhongyang and the other 2. "Where are you going? You're courting death." Zhuowen's actions were too sudden. Supreme Jin and the other 3 did not expect that Zhuowen would suddenly retreat. Whoosh! Zhuowen instantly arrived in front of Yin Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng. Then, 3 black chains shot out from his body and bound Yin Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng. Yin Zhongyang and the other 2 did not expect that Zhuowen would not try to escape and instead rush toward them. They were momentarily stunned on the spot and were bound tightly by the chains. "Damn it! Zhuowen, what are you trying to do?" Yin Zhongyang roared angrily as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He wanted to break free, but the black chains were extremely tough. Even with all his strength, he could only leave a faint mark on them. Meanwhile, Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng were in a similar situation as Yin Zhongyang. They were bound by the chains and could not break free at all. "Bastard, let go of Yuan Kong and Yuan Sheng." Supreme Jin and Emperor Feng roared angrily as they rushed toward Zhuowen. Emperor Lan was also extremely angry as he roared, "Let go of the crown prince, or you'll die a horrible death." The 3 great emperors closed in on Zhuowen instantly. Their terrifying aura was like the collapse of the heavens as they tried to crush him into dust. "Let go! Do you think that's possible? Zhuan smiled faintly. Then, an extremely terrifying and violent energy surged out of Zhuan's body continuously. Then, his entire body began to glow. The light became more and more dazzling and blazing. Finally, the energy in his body reached its peak. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly surged out. When the light on Zhuan's body reached its peak, Zhuan actually exploded. A white ball of light spread out in all directions with Zhuan as the center. When the three great emperors saw the terrifying white ball of light exploding, their pupils shrank to the size of needles. Yuan power surged out from their bodies and formed a powerful Yuan power light shield in front of them. They wanted to completely block the terrifying explosion. Thud, thud, thud. The explosion was too terrifying. Even the three great emperors could not help but take a few steps back. Then they could clearly hear three tragic screams coming from the center of the explosion. Needless to say, the three screams belonged to Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng. Yuan Kong, Yuan Sheng. Supreme Jin and Emperor Feng's expressions changed greatly as they cried out. Unfortunately, the explosion was too powerful and they could not get close to it. Crown Prince. The Blue Emperor's expression also became extremely ugly as he roared angrily. Unfortunately, other than the terrifying explosion, there was no other sound in his ears. Haha! Supreme Jin, Emperor Lan, Emperor Feng, and Emperor Qing, did you really think that I wouldn't know that you had sent Yin Zhongyang and the other two to spy on my whereabouts? Don't treat me, Zhuan, as a 3-year-old child. Otherwise, you'll lose miserably. That's right. This is a puppet that I've exchanged from the academy. It has the ability to self-destruct, and its power is enough to kill Yin Zhongyang and the other two. Therefore, you shouldn't hold on to any hope. The three of them won't be able to survive. A clear and melodious voice suddenly reverberated across the land as the explosion rose into the air. Supreme Jin and the others recognized this voice. It was Zhuan's voice. Zhuan, that bastard, he did it on purpose. He purposely blew Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng to death right in front of us. Supreme Jin clenched his fists tightly as the veins on his forehead bulged. Emperor Feng and Emperor Lan's expressions were not any better. Zhuan had killed Yun Zhongyang right in front of them. This was a ruthless slap to their faces, and it was a resounding slap to their faces. The explosion gradually dissipated, and the figures of Zhuan, Yin Zhongyang, Yuan Kong, and Yuan Sheng no longer existed. All that was left behind was a pile of ashes. Clearly, the three of them were deader than dead in this explosion. Creak! Supreme Jin clenched his fists tightly and roared, Zhuan, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death and grind your bones to dust. Supreme Jin was filled with hatred. The three most outstanding princes of the Alcade Holy Dynasty had been killed by Zhuan just like that. This made it even more difficult for him to return to the Alcade Holy Dynasty and explain himself to the Holy Lord. Emperor Lan's expression was not any better. Fortunately, his losses were smaller than Supreme Jin's. Although Yun Zhongyang had been killed, the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty still had blue smoke in the outer court. They were not as bad as the Alcade Holy Dynasty, where all three princes were killed. At this moment, at the main city gate thousands of miles away from Supreme Jin and the others, a black-robed youth with a long sword on his back sneered. He turned to Zhang Tianzuan behind him and said, Ziyang, let's go. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the northeast at a steady pace. These two were naturally Zhuan and Ziyang Tianzuan. Zhuan had secretly planned this when he had entered the inner court. After all, even though Supreme Jin and the other three posed a great threat to Zhuan, they were still outsiders and could not enter the outer court. Naturally, they were unaware of Zhuan's whereabouts. However, Zhuan and the other two were indeed troublemakers. As new students in the outer court, they would always bump into each other. With Yin Zhongyang and the other two surveillance, it was easy for Supreme Jin and the others to find out about Zhuan's whereabouts. Therefore, Zhuan had long planned to kill the three of them. As for why he wanted to kill them in front of Supreme Jin and the others, It was to let them know that if they had offended him, even if they were martial emperors, Zhuowen would not show them any mercy. Anming City was a small, remote city in the northeast of Excellent Spirit Island. Even though Anming City was located in a remote area, it was rather lively because it was backed by the True Vein Forest. Many cultivators with an adventurous spirit would come to the True Vein Forest to gain experience and search for treasures. This was because there were many rare, heavenly treasures in the True Vein Forest. Furthermore, the powerful meta beasts that lived in the True Vein Forest were treasures from head to toe. If one were to sell the various parts of the meta beasts, they would be worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. Because of the True Vein Forest, Anming City had attracted a lot of human traffic. Once the flow of human traffic increased, the small city would naturally develop slowly and gradually become more prosperous. Two figures were walking silently on a winding path. Even though the two of them looked like they were walking slowly, each of their steps could cross dozens of meters. It was as if they had shrunk the ground into an inch. The two of them finally stopped on top of a small sand dune. One of them, a young man in black with a long sword on his back, pointed to the front and said, "The small city in front should be our destination, Anming City." The two of them were Zhuowen and Zhang Tianzuan, who had come out from the main city to carry out a mission. Even though Anming City was far from the main city, with their cultivation and strength, this distance was nothing to them. A few thousand meters in front of the two of them, a large city stood tall. At this moment, there was an endless stream of people coming in and out of the city gate. It was quite lively. Not far behind the small city, there was a huge, crescent-shaped forest. It was worth noting that every tree in this forest was at least 10 feet tall. The taller ones were even close to 100 feet tall. It was much more magnificent than Anming City. This crescent-shaped forest was the famous dangerous True Vein Forest in the northeast region of Excellent Spirit Island. If the True Vein Forest was an ancient giant beast, then Anming City, which was located in front of the True Vein Forest, could only be regarded as a palm of this ancient giant beast. It seems that the forest is the famous True Vein Forest. Ziyang nodded and replied, "Now let's enter the city." Chapter 1030. In Ming City, although in Ming City was small, the flow of people was extremely terrifying. Inside, one could see cultivators wearing tight clothes and holding all kinds of weapons. Moreover, there were too many cultivators inside, so hot-blooded fights often broke out. After all, a cultivator's vital energy and blood were much more vigorous than an ordinary person's. A single word of disagreement could easily ignite their hot-bloodedness. Thus, it was very normal for fights to break out. When Zhuowen and Zhang Tianzuan entered Ming City, they discovered that such fights had broken out in several places. However, the two of them were indifferent and did not pay any attention to it. After asking around in Ming City, the two of them also knew the location of the Sun family's mansion. Following the directions of the passers-by, the two of them quickly arrived in front of the Sun family's mansion. The Sun family is the most powerful family in Ming City, far surpassing the other powers in Ming City. Their biggest use is that the Sun family can refine the channel opening pill, and the secret recipe of the channel opening pill is firmly in the hands of the Sun family's upper echelons. Relying on the channel opening pill, the meridians of the Sun family's cultivators are much stronger and tougher than an ordinary cultivators. Naturally, their battle prowess is also much higher than an ordinary cultivators. Zhang Tianzuan whispered to Zhuowen. Just now, before the two of them arrived at the Sun family's mansion, Zhuowen had already asked Zhang to inquire about the Sun family. Thus, he found out that the Sun family had actually risen because of the channel opening pill. From this information, it could be seen that the Sun family's channel opening pill was indeed special and precious. Thus, Zhuowen became even more interested in the channel opening pill. In front of the Sun family's mansion, there were two guards. When Zhuowen and Zhang entered the mansion, they were naturally blocked by the two guards. "Who are you two?" One of the guards stared at Zhuowen and Zhang with vigilance. Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out the mission token. "I'm a student of the outer courtyard of the Jiaxun Academy. This time, I have received a mission from the Academy to join the Sun family's guard and escort the Sun family's pharmacist into the true vein forest to pick rare medicinal ingredients. Seeing Zhuowen reveal his identity, the faces of the two guards changed. One of them didn't dare to neglect and said, "So it's Sir from the Divine Institute. This lowly one will go in and report." On Excellent God Island, Excellent God Institute was the ruler of the entire island. Most of the experts on Excellent God Island were gathered in Excellent God Institute. The other powers on Excellent God Island did not dare to go against Excellent God Institute's orders. Of course, the students of Divine Grace Academy were also treated with respect by the other influences. This was because they knew that martial artists that were able to enter the outer courtyard were all peerless talents with limitless potential and limitless futures. Not long after the guard entered the mansion, he brought an oily middle-aged man over. Looking at the respectful expression on the guard's face, it was clear that this middle-aged man's position in the Sun family wasn't low. "I never thought that the young master of Excellent God Institute would accept a mission from our Sun family. Our Sun family is truly honored by your presence. How may I address this young master?" The oily middle-aged man quickly noticed that the aura on Zhuowen's body wasn't very strong. He was startled at first, and the warm expression on his face faded a little. However, he didn't show any disrespect. After all, Zhuowen was a student of Excellent God Institute. Although his cultivation wasn't high, his position wasn't something that a mere housekeeper of the Sun family could compare to. "You could just call me Zhuowen," Zhuowen said faintly. He could also see that the oily face of the Sun family's housekeeper had gradually turned cold. Obviously, he could see that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the sovereign realm. One must know that the mission entrusted by the Sun family this time was arranged in the Gold region. It required a martial artist that was at least at the Golden Sovereign Realm to complete it. However, Zhuowen was only at the Sovereign Realm. For him to actually accept such a mission, the housekeeper even suspected that the youth in front of him didn't know the danger of this mission. Although he was very suspicious of the youth in front of him, the housekeeper's etiquette was very thorough. He cupped his hands towards Zhuowen and led him into the mansion. After walking through a few corridors and pavilions, the Sun family's housekeeper brought Zhuowen to a rather spacious open space. This open space was paved with yellow mud, and there were rows of weapons placed around the open space. Clearly, this open space should be the Sun family's martial arts practice field or something. At this moment, there was a large group of people gathered in the open space. The arrival of the Sun family's housekeeper with Zhuowen also attracted the attention of the group of people in the open space. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He also noticed the group of people in the open space in front of him. There were more than 20 people in this group, and they were wearing various kinds of clothes. Obviously, this group of people was not from the Sun family, because the Sun family had a unique symbol on their clothes. Zhuowen had already inquired about this before entering the Sun family. Moreover, Zhuowen also keenly discovered that the aura of this group of more than 20 people was not weak. Their cultivation was actually all at the Golden Sovereign Realm. Such a lineup was extremely strong. Through this group of people, Zhuowen quickly noticed two people. One of them was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a full beard. His temples were bulging, and his aura was sharp. However, his aura was much weaker than Xiang's. He should be at the early heavenly sovereign realm. The other person was a young woman. She was about 19 years old. Her eyebrows were high, and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her eyes were as lively as water. The reason why Zhuowen noticed these two people was mainly because the clothes they wore had the unique symbol of the Sun family. Obviously, these two people should be from the Sun family. However, when they noticed that Zhuowen's aura was only at the peak of the Exalted realm, all of them revealed in different expressions. On the other hand, the middle-aged man and young woman from the Sun family frowned slightly. Why did the Sun family's housekeeper bring an Exalted realm cultivator? Could it be that this person was also a disciple of some power that had been entrusted with a mission by the Sun family? But wasn't the cultivation of a sovereign realm too weak? This time, they were preparing to enter the depths of the true vein forest. Wouldn't a mere sovereign realm cultivator be a burden to them? Family head, Young Miss. This young Master Joie is a student of the excellent Divine Academy. He is here on a mission entrusted by the Academy. The Sun family's housekeeper's ability to observe people's expressions was not bad. With a glance, he saw the frown on the middle-aged man and young woman's faces. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "A student of the excellent Divine Academy?" As soon as the housekeeper's words came out, the gazes of the group of people gathered on Juon. If Juon was a disciple of an ordinary force, they might not care. However, this Juon was a student of the excellent Divine Academy. They had no choice but to be cautious. The excellent Divine Academy's position on the excellent Divine Island was well known by all the cultivators on the island. It was powerful and respected. The students there were all monstrous geniuses with terrifying strength. The middle-aged man and young woman were stunned. They didn't expect that this sovereign realm youth in front of them would actually come from the excellent Divine Academy. As for Zhang, who was standing beside Juon, because he had restrained his aura, he didn't attract the attention of others. So young Master Joie is from the excellent Divine Academy. I've been rude. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he laughed heartily. He came in front of Juon, and his attitude was rather cordial as he continued. Young Master Joie, I think that the missions entrusted by our Sun family are posted in the golden region of the Academy's mission hall, right? Although young Master Joie is so young and your cultivation has reached such a level, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to accept a mission in the golden region? The middle-aged man's words were very tactful, but the meaning behind them was that Juon's cultivation was only at the peak of the venerable realm. Although he was a genius of the excellent Divine Academy, a venerable realm disciple challenging a golden venerable realm disciple was overestimating himself. Juon naturally understood the middle-aged man's meaning. He faintly smiled and said, "Patriarch's words are too serious. The reason I accepted this mission in the Golden Region is to temper myself and see if I can handle it. After all, the rewards in the Golden Region are much more generous than those in the Golden Region." The middle-aged man awkwardly smiled. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This Juon in front of him was probably a newborn calf. Or perhaps he was just a new student of the excellent Divine Academy. He didn't know how terrifying the Golden Region's missions were. Tempering yourself? There should be a limit to this tempering. You're a venerable realm disciple. If you choose a mission in the Golden Region, isn't that suicide in disguise? Even if you're tempering yourself, you shouldn't be tempering yourself like this. What a reckless brat. Do you really think that after joining the excellent Divine Academy, you're a peerless monster? Do you really think that you can challenge those of a higher realm just because you want to? You actually dared to accept a mission from a golden venerable realm disciple. You're just here to die. A youth wearing a green robe mocked indifferently. He was playing with an iron ball in his right hand. Brother Yi-chun, you can't say that. If this brat joins us on this mission, he'll just be a burden to us. A venerable realm ant wants to join our team and enter the true vein forest. Other than sending himself to his death, he'll also become a burden to us. Not far away, a burly man with a scar on his face laughed impolitely. Brother Kandao's words are very reasonable. It's fine if this brat wants to die, but he actually wants to drag us down. He's really harming others and himself. Does he really think that he's great just because he's from the excellent Divine Academy? Every year, there are many mediocre people who drop out of the excellent Divine Academy. Being able to enter the excellent Divine Academy isn't that great. The green-robed youth named Yi-chun hooted loudly once again. His gaze toward Juon was filled with provocation. The middle-aged man standing in front of Juon didn't stop them. Instead, he silently watched all of this. Obviously, he tacitly approved of Dao and Yi-chun's actions. This was because he also felt that if a mere venerable like Juon were to join their team, he'd definitely be a burden to them. This mission to enter the depths of the true vein forest was extremely important to their Sun family. He couldn't allow any mishaps. Originally, he planned to tactfully reject Juon, but Juon remained unmoved. Chapter 1031. Deterrence. Tilting his head slightly, Juon stared at Dao, Kan, and Yi-chun quietly. He asked indifferently, "Are you done?" Clearly, Dao Kan and Yi-chun did not expect Juon to be so calm. Under normal circumstances, after they mocked him, the first reaction of others would be to fly into a rage out of humiliation and rage. However, this youth before them was unusually calm, so calm that it was scary. His clear eyes were as calm as water, without any other emotions. The two of you just think that I am not qualified to take on the role of Sun Clan's guard because my cultivation is low, right? Zhuowen said before the two could speak. It is good that you know your place. So, it is better that you do not join us and become a burden, Dao Can said coldly. Brother Dao Can is right. This is to prevent you from entering the true vein forest and sending yourself to your death. Yi Chen agreed indifferently. Zhuowen did not reply. He raised his feet and walked towards the two. When he arrived before them, he said indifferently, since the two of you keep saying that I, Zhuowen, will be sending myself to my death if I enter the true vein forest, could it be that the two of you are very strong? You're just two early-stage golden venerates. In my opinion, the two of you are the ones who will be a burden to this team. What did you say? Dao Can narrowed his eyes, and his aura surged out. Strands of saber light swirled around him like a storm, looking exceptionally horrifying. Yi Chen also took a step forward and arrived before Zhuowen. A sharp sword light flashed in his eyes. The two of them formed a triangular formation in front of Zhuowen. Their strong auras locked onto Zhuowen. Looking at the two of you, it seems like you think that I am wrong. Zhuowen said indifferently as he stared at the two before him. You're just a prime. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at the two of us? So what if you were a student of the Divine Academy? Dao Can snorted coldly and took a step forward. A saber light shot out and turned into a huge saber that was dozens of feet long. The surface of the saber was filled with a spiral chi. It shot out ferociously and chopped at Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body transformed into an illusory figure and disappeared from his original spot, dodging Dao Can's attack. His reaction is quite quick. Broken Saber was stunned. He waved his right hand, and the large saber with the spiral chi around it flew into his hand. He stared at Zhuowen with a provocative gaze. You want to fight? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I just want to show you the might of a golden venerate. I want you to know how weak you are. You are not qualified to join this trip to the true vein forest, Dao Can said proudly. I'm not qualified to join? Then let me prove if I'm qualified to join. At this point, a sharp glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he dashed towards Dao Can. His right hand reached behind his back, and he pulled out the longsword soul treasure. Since Zhuowen had already disguised himself as the black-robed longsword youth, Zhuowen naturally planned to use the longsword as a weapon. However, Zhuowen was not good with swords. Hence, his fighting strength was greatly reduced. Even so, his fighting strength was still much stronger than Dao Can's. You overestimate yourself. Come! Dao Can shouted and waved his right hand. Instantly, the large saber in his hand flickered with a terrifying saber light. The saber light condensed into a saber shadow that was dozens of feet long. It descended from the sky and chopped down ferociously. Chop! With a piercing sound, Zhuowen appeared above Dao Can in an instant. He pinched the longsword in his right hand and chopped down ferociously. Terrifying Yuan power gushed out, and it was as if the entire world was about to collapse. Dao Can's expression changed slightly. Zhuowen's aura was very terrifying, and it made his heart tremble. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. When Zhuowen chopped down with his sword, the dozens of feet-long saber shadow, formed by Dao Can's Yuan power, could not withstand a single blow. The moment the saber shadow was shattered, a sharp radiance flashed past Dao Can's body. Subsequently, Dao Can's hand that was holding the saber soared into the sky, bringing with it a stream of fresh blood. Ah! Dao Can screamed in pain. He held onto his severed right arm and retreated continuously. His eyes were filled with fear as he stared at Zhuowen in front of him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The empty space fell into silence. Regardless of whether it was the geniuses from the other factions on Excellent God Island or the middle-aged man and the young lady, they were all stunned. One sword. This supreme being from Excellent God Academy only used one sword to chop off Dao Can's right arm. Everyone knew that although the youth in front of them was only a supreme being, his fighting strength had already reached the golden supreme being level. The middle-aged man, who originally wanted to reject Zhuowen and ask Zhuowen to leave, had a glint in his eyes. It seemed that this Excellent God Academy student who had accepted this mission was not simple. Now, who was the one who overestimated himself? Who was the one who was not qualified to join this team? Zhuowen held onto his long sword and stared coldly at Dao Can as he spoke word by word. Dao Can clutched his right arm as his face turned pale. Under Zhuowen's sharp gaze, he could not help but take a few steps back. The moment his right arm was chopped off, he had already regretted it in his heart. He regretted that he had mocked this Excellent God Academy student, and even more so, he should not have provoked this youth. However, it was too late to regret now. This was because his right arm, which specialized in using the saber, had been chopped off. In the future, his path of martial arts would be much more complicated. He might even slowly disappear from the crowd because of this. I was blind. Your strength is indeed sufficient for this trip to the true Vein Forest. Master Sun, I, Dao Can, am not strong enough. I will take my leave first. After Dao Can finished speaking, he left the Sun family in a daze. This time, he had accepted the mission from the Sun family in high spirits. He had wanted to use the team to enter the depths of the true Vein Forest and gain some benefits. Unfortunately, because of a quarrel, his right arm had been chopped off and his strength had been greatly reduced. Entering the true Vein Forest was definitely courting death. Seeing Dao Can leave, the middle-aged man did not stop him. After all, Dao Can's right arm had been chopped off and his strength had been greatly reduced. If he joined the team, he would definitely be a burden. As for Yi Chun, the moment Dao Can's right arm had been chopped off, he had silently retreated into the team and did not say a word. His strength was similar to Dao Can's. Even Dao Can had been defeated by Zhuowen. Needless to say, Yi Chun was no match for him. Hence, it was best not to provoke this person. Did I allow you to retreat? A cold gaze swept over and stared at Yi Chun, causing the latter's hair to stand on end. After which, Yi Chun slowly lifted his head and saw a pair of cold eyes. He could not help but shiver as he forced a smile and said, Zhuowen is strong. I admit defeat. Just now, I was bewitched by Dao Can and spoke rudely. For this, I am willing to apologize on behalf of Brother Zhuo. Since Brother Yi is so sincere and wants to apologize to me, why don't you chop off one of your arms? After all, I have already chopped off one of Brother Dao Can's arms. I can't possibly be biased, right? Zhuowen said indifferently. When Yi Chun heard this, his expression froze. The expressions of the surrounding people also froze. They stared at Zhuowen with strange gazes. This person was really ruthless. After chopping off Dao Can's arm, he actually wanted Yi Chun to chop off one of his arms. Yi Chun forced a smile and said, Brother Zhuo, are you joking? Zhuowen stared at Yi Chun and continued. Do I look like I am joking? I will count to 3. If you don't chop off one of your arms, I will help you. Yi Chun's gaze froze. Soon after, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, Family head son, what do you think about this? However, the middle-aged man looked up at the sky. Zhuowen was able to defeat a golden sovereign as a sovereign. This person was definitely talented in the Divine Academy, and his future was limitless. He was not willing to offend such a person with such potential. Looking at Family Head Son's expression, how could Yi Chun not know what the former was thinking? His face instantly turned pale. 1. Zhuowen silently counted. His cold gaze stared at Yi Chun, causing the latter's body to tremble. 2. A terrifying aura started to surge out of Zhuowen's body. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Yi Chun started to retreat continuously, his face pale. 3. At this moment, the murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes seemed to have materialized. Yi Chun shouted loudly, stomped his foot, and turned around to escape. Do you think you can escape? Zhuowen coldly snorted. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly flew towards the fleeing Yi Chun. With Zhuowen's speed and strength, Yi Chun would not be able to escape for long before Zhuowen caught up to him. Brother Zhuo, I really didn't mean it. Can you spare me this time? Yichen repeatedly begged for mercy. I will give you one more chance. Chop off one of your arms. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as chopping off one of your arms. Zhuowen said indifferently. Yichen's face turned pale when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, Brother Zhuo, don't go too far. Do you really think that I am not your opponent? Die. As he spoke, Yichen shouted loudly. With a pull of his right hand, he immediately pulled out a long sword that shone with a cold light. Then, he brandished the sword with his right hand, and his origin energy burst out. It actually turned into a lotus-like sword light around Zhuowen and completely enveloped Zhuowen. On the other hand, Yichen hurriedly retreated. Looking at Zhuowen, who was enveloped by the lotus-like sword light, the corners of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. In fact, when Zhuowen approached him, he had already prepared this move. He was ready to unleash it, and it just happened to envelop Zhuowen completely. This move was called the Lotus Sword Light. It was Yichen's family's unique skill. When it was unleashed, even an initial golden venerable realm warrior of the same rank would be extremely embarrassed. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was very strong, it would be difficult for him to block this terrifying Lotus Sword Light. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Boom! A golden light burst out. Then, the lotus-like sword light collapsed inch by inch. A figure walked out slowly. He strolled leisurely and came in front of Yichen. He stared at Yichen with his sharp eyes and said, Is this the move that you secretly prepared? Why is it so weak? Yichen's face twitched. This move was his strongest move. However, Zhuowen actually said that it was weak. Swoosh! While Yichen was stunned, Zhuowen attacked. He waved his long sword and two cold lights swept out. Suddenly, both of Yichen's arms were chopped off. Blood splattered in the air. I have said that I will not simply chop off an arm. Chapter 1032. Medicine Master, A blood-curdling scream filled the sky above the Sun family. Then, Yichen's arms were broken, and he fell from the sky. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with regret. Now he was completely crippled. His fate was much more miserable than crippled Dao. Hiss! On the empty ground, everyone inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw that Yichen's arms had been cut off. After which, their gazes once again landed on the indifferent young man floating in the air. Their eyes were already filled with fear. The combat power of the Supreme Being from the Divine College was terrifying. Yichen and crippled Dao, who were both in the initial stage of the Golden Supremacy realm, could not even withstand one blow from him. He was at least in the middle stage of the Golden Supremacy realm. Brother Yichen, the strength of this Jia Shan Academy student by the name of Zhuo is pretty good. Being able to possess such fighting strength at the peak of the sovereign realm is truly commendable. A young man with his hair tied up said with a faint smile as he crossed his arms and stared at Zhuo, who was floating in the air. That's not right. Brother Wu Chun, based on the combat strength that Zhuo displayed just now, he should be around the middle stage of the Golden Venerate realm. This is indeed not bad for a Supreme Venerate realm warrior. However, there is still a large gap between him and the two of us. Another green-clothed youth, standing beside the bundled-haired youth, said in an unconcerned manner. The cultivation of these two youths was very strong. They were the two strongest people in the group, and their cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. When the surrounding people saw these two youths, they instinctively kept a distance from them. The origins of these two youths were also extraordinary. They were geniuses from the two most powerful cities on the Excellent Spirit Island apart from the main city. Yichen came from the Heaven West City, and Wu Chun came from the Heaven Marshal City. These two individuals were considered as monstrous geniuses in their respective cities. This time, the two of them had accepted the mission from the Sun family with the purpose of gaining experience. Although Zhuo Wen's battle prowess was rather shocking, it was only enough to catch their eyes. If the two of them were to face Dao Can and Yichen, they would be able to directly crush the two of them to death. Sun family head, I should be qualified to accept the mission entrusted by your Sun family, right? Landing slowly on the ground, Zhuowen stared at the middle-aged man and spoke in a calm voice. Huh, Naturally, young Master Zhua has the right to do so. However, that Dao Can and Yi Chun did not know what was good for them. They actually spoke rudely and said that young Master Zhua does not have the right to do so. They said that you are a burden. Originally, I had planned to teach the two of them a lesson. However, although young Master Zhua's cultivation is not high, his combat power is terrifying. That Yi Chun and crippled Dao could not even take one move from young Master Zhua, as expected of a student from the Divine College. The Sun family head kept giving a thumbs up, and a warm smile hung on his face. On the other hand, Zhuan looked calm. When crippled Dao and Yi Chun provoked him earlier, he did not see the Sun family head step out to stop them. Now that Zhuan had dealt with crippled Dao and Yi Chun, the Sun family head stepped out to speak after the fact. Zhuan could not help but despise the Sun family head. However, the Sun family head's reaction was normal. After all, Zhuan's cultivation was low. If he did not display his true combat power, who would allow a mere martial saint to sneak into a golden exalted mission and become a burden? Therefore, Zhuan did not feel that there was anything wrong with the Sun family head's hypocritical promise. He only despised the Sun family head a little in his heart. Young Master Zhua, come, let me introduce you to these young talents. These are the genius disciples of some of the major factions on the Divine College Island. The Sun family head pulled Zhuan over enthusiastically and gave a brief introduction to the group of 20 people on the empty ground. However, there were two people that the Sun family head emphasized. Furthermore, these two people were the strongest in this group. This person is Yi Can, the second youngest expert in Tianxi City. This person is Wu Chun, the disciple of the heavenly sovereign of chaos in Tianwu City. The Sun family head deliberately pointed at the young man in green and the young man in a ponytail. Zhuan nodded faintly at the two people without any superfluous expression. The cultivation of these two people should be at the peak of the golden exalted realm. However, whether it was in terms of aura or momentum, they were far inferior to He Tao and Du Tao of the Divine College. In front of He Tao and Du Tao, who were at the peak of the golden exalted realm, Yi Can and Wu Chun would probably be unable to withstand a single blow, let alone in front of Zhuan. Therefore, Zhuan did not pay much attention to these two people. Zhuan's indifferent attitude naturally fell into the eyes of Yi Can and Wu Chun. Both of them frowned slightly at the same time. Although Zhuan's combat strength was not bad, he was only at the sovereign realm after all. However, the way he looked at the two of them was so casual. He did not have the reverence that other sovereigns had towards golden exalted realm martial artists. It seems that after defeating Yi Chun and Cripple Blade, this lad's confidence has swelled a lot. Wu Chun snorted coldly and said softly. Yi Can was much calmer and said faintly, after all, he is a student of the Divine College. It is natural for him to be a little arrogant. Once he enters the true Vein Forest, this lad's arrogance will be restrained. That's true. This lad is so young. I'm afraid that he has just joined the college not long ago. He definitely has not entered the true Vein Forest. Perhaps he might even lose his life because of his arrogance. Wu Chun grinned. Yi Can and Wu Chun did not deliberately lower their voices when they asked and answered the question. Instead, they spoke loudly in front of Zhuan. It was obvious that they deliberately said it for Zhuan to hear. However, Zhuan only smiled faintly and ignored the little tricks of these two people. Instead, he silently returned to the team and waited for the task assigned by the Sun family's patriarch. Whether it was Yi Can or Wu Chun, Zhuan really didn't put them in his eyes. Their little tricks, Zhuan naturally treated them as a joke. As for Zhang, because he was not a member of the group to accept the task, he had been ordered to leave the Sun family by Zhuan. Once they entered the true Vein Forest, Zhuan could use the communication jade amulet in his hand to summon Zhang Tianzuan back to his side. After the group of 20 people had gathered, Sun family head laughed heartily and said, "Everyone should know that I am the Sun family head, Sun Xing. The person beside me is my daughter, Sun Jia. She is also the newest generation of pharmacists in our Sun family." When these words were spoken, The gazes of many people gathered on the young lady beside Sun Xing. They did not expect that this young lady would actually become the newest generation of alchemists in the Sun family at such a young age. It seemed that this lady had a unique talent in the area of alchemy. Alchemists were the most important people in the Sun family, and the Sun family's most famous channel-opening pill required an alchemist to refine. However, it wasn't easy to become an alchemist because this profession didn't require much effort and relied purely on talent. Only those who were naturally sensitive to the composition of medicine and had mastered exquisite fire control skills were qualified to become pharmacists. Fire control skills could be acquired through practice. However, sensitivity to the composition of medicine was innate and could not be acquired through practice. Therefore, it was not so easy to become a pharmacist. Both conditions were indispensable. The Sun family was a unique family that produced a pharmacist in every generation. Relying on the pharmacist's ability to refine medicine, it was natural for the Sun family to be powerful in Aming City. However, the pharmacists of the Sun family were usually middle-aged and above. Now, it was a young girl who was qualified. Clearly, Sun Jia's talent had been unanimously recognized by the upper echelons of the Sun family. It seems that the Sun family is really going to rise. Such a young pharmacist has actually appeared. Congratulations, Sun family head. Ekin laughed heartily. However, most of his gaze was on Sun Jia. Sun Jia was originally in natural beauty. Moreover, she had the identity of a pharmacist. If she could become a partner, it would be greatly beneficial for the cultivator's future cultivation. After all, pharmacists could refine many medicine that could increase cultivation. It could help the cultivator cultivate faster. There were many benefits. Not only Yi Kan, but even Wu Chun and the surrounding people looked at Sun Jia with a strange gaze. Clearly, their thoughts were similar to Yi Kan's. Sun Jia furrowed her brows. She could also feel the strange look in the eyes of these people when they looked at her. These gazes made her feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if these people were treating her as a rare treasure that everyone wanted to fight over. However, Sun Jia quickly noticed a gaze that was different from the others. This gaze was not as strange as the others. Instead, it was as calm as water and as cold as before. It was as if, after hearing her identity as a pharmacist, it was unmoved. When Sun Jia's gaze focused, she discovered that the owner of this calm gaze was actually the student from the Divine Academy, Zhuowen. The reason why Zhuowen was so calm was because his heart already belonged to someone. His mind had long been occupied by Mu Qinxue. Secondly, he had the Sovereign Dragon Cauldron on him. The cauldron contained many pill formulas. If Zhuowen wanted pills, he could actually rely on the Sovereign Dragon Cauldron to refine them. Therefore, pharmacists were of little value to him. Hearing Yi Kan's praise, Sun Xing laughed heartily and said, "Young master, Yi Kan's words are too serious. However, this time, I hope that everyone will do their best to help my daughter enter the depths of the true vein forest. I have already prepared the channel-opening pills that I promised everyone. As long as we succeed this time, everyone will have a share." When the channel-opening pills were mentioned, the eyes of Yi Kan and the rest all lit up. Even Zhuowen had a trace of anticipation in his eyes. The channel-opening pills had the additional effect of tempering the meridians. After consuming this pill, Zhuowen's battle strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. When does family head Sun plan to set off? Ekin cupped his hands and asked again. Tomorrow morning. Today, everyone should rest and recuperate. Once everything is ready, we will enter the depths of the true vein forest together. This time, I want to remind everyone that the true vein forest is very dangerous. Therefore, it is best to be cautious tomorrow and not fail miserably. Sun Xing cautiously reminded. Chapter 1033. Arrival. The night passed silently. On the morning of the second day, the Sun family's martial arts practice field. The Sun family's patriarch, Sun Xing, stood quietly in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Beside him stood the slender and elegant Sun Jia. In front of the two of them was a group of 20 geniuses led by Yi Kan and Wu Chun from other factions on Excellent God Island. The group of 20 people were ready to go, their auras surging. At the same time, Sun Xing also found 20 guards of Sun Jia, forming a group of 40 people. Standing on the martial arts practice field, it was quite a majestic sight. Sun Xing shouted and led the group of 40 people, leaving in Ming City and heading towards the True Vein Forest in the north. The trees in the True Vein Forest were generally several times taller than ordinary trees. Moreover, these trees were also very different from ordinary trees. The bark on the surface of the trees was like snake scales with distinct layers, looking extremely strange. This is the snake scale tree. It is the most common tree in the True Vein Forest. The snake scales on its surface are extremely tough. Everyone should be careful. Snake-type meta-beasts like to live on the snake scale tree and secretly attack passing ancient martial art practitioners. Sun Xing had already warned everyone when they entered the periphery of the True Vein Forest. The group of 40 people had indeed become exceptionally vigilant. Pairs of vigilant eyes continuously scanned the surrounding dark corners of the dense forest. They tightly gripped the weapons in their hands and secretly raised the yuan power within their bodies, guarding against any danger that could occur in the dark at any time. A Sun family warrior, who was at the back of the group, was suddenly suspended in the air, screaming again and again. Clang, clang, clang. This scream was like a fuse, causing the rest of the warriors in the group to draw their weapons and look behind them. They saw that the Sun family warrior was actually wrapped around by a huge python that was dozens of feet long, lifting him in the air. This python was not weak. Its triangular eyes looked provocatively at the people below, opened its big mouth, and swallowed the Sun family warrior into its stomach in front of everyone's eyes. This bastard, Sun Xing coldly snorted. His feet stomped on the ground, and he shot forward like a great rock spreading its wings. His right hand turned into a claw and fiercely grabbed onto the python's vital point. With a fierce pull, the python was immediately crushed into powder by the powerful force without even having the chance to make a sound. The strength of the pythons in the snake scale tree was generally not high. They were roughly around the Xuanzuan realm. Sun Xing was a peak heavenly venerable, so he naturally crushed them to death with a flip of his hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, the moment the python died, the surrounding snake scale trees began to tremble. Sharp hissing sounds began to spread in the surroundings. Soon after, the crowd was surprised to find that the surrounding snake scale trees were actually crawling out of them. Their bodies were not any weaker than the previous python. Not good. There are actually so many of them. Looks like we're being besieged. Sun Xing took a step in the air and arrived in front of the group. Looking at the countless pythons that appeared around them, his face turned slightly ugly. Looks like we can only fight. Although the strength of these pythons is generally not high, there are too many of them. We have to work together to destroy them before we can continue moving forward. Sun Xing shouted. Immediately, Yikan and Wu Chun rushed forward, bursting with powerful auras. They actually intended to single-handedly take on the group of pythons. Both of them were at the peak of the Golden Venerable realm. Although there were many pythons around them, they could not do anything to them. The rest of the people, under Sun Xing's command, stood back to protect Sun Jia, blocking the numerous pythons that were flying towards them. Zhuan was also among them. Although he was not weak, there was no need for him to stand out like Yikan and Wu Chun. He only needed to blend in with the crowd and slowly clear out the pythons. Why waste his yuan power to fight against the group of pythons? Yikan and Wu Chun are indeed geniuses from big cities. They actually single-handedly fought against a group of pythons. It's too terrifying. I wonder when we'll be able to reach their level. In the crowd, the other warriors were dealing with the pythons around them. However, their gazes involuntarily fell on Yikan and Wu Chun, who were fighting against the group of pythons. Yikan held a long sword in his hand. With a sweep of his sword, countless sword rays burst out. These sword rays were like stars in the sky, sweeping out in all directions. The pythons could not hold on for long under these sword rays and exploded into countless pieces. Wu Chun was not to be outdone. He held 2 sabers in his hands and waved them rapidly. The surroundings were shrouded in terrifying and powerful saber rays. These saber rays swept out in the shape of crescent moons, as if countless moons had been born in an instant. When the pythons came into contact with these saber rays, they were all broken into countless pieces. The attacks released by the two of them were extremely fierce. Even Sun Jia, who was protected in the middle of the crowd, could not help but look at the backs of the two of them. There was a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes, let alone a young girl like Sun Jia who loved to fantasize. Naturally, she had also fantasized about love. She had fantasized that her other half would be a world-famous hero. Yikan and Wu Chen's fame on the wonderful spirit island wasn't small. They were also geniuses born in big cities. Now that they had displayed such strong strength, Sun Jia was still inexperienced. Naturally, she was attracted by the strong attacks of these two, and her heart was surging. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Sun Jia's beautiful eyes could not help but turn. Her gaze fell on the inconspicuous Zhuowen in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes were slightly disappointed. Compared to Yikan and Wu Chen's background, this Zhuowen came from Excellent Spirit Island. Undoubtedly, his fame was much greater. However, this boy was not like Yikan and Wu Chen, who had displayed such a powerful attack. Obviously, Sun Jia thought that this Zhuowen was afraid of the pythons and did not dare to fight alone. Originally, I thought that the students from Excellent Spirit Island would all have powerful talents and imposing auras. I did not expect this boy to be so timid and cowardly. Taking one last glance at Zhuowen, who was lazily flying over, Sun Jia secretly sighed in her heart. She no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's actions had undoubtedly disappointed her. Therefore, she did not intend to pay too much attention to him. Pucci. After an hour of great battle, the group had killed over 1,000 pythons. Perhaps because they were afraid of being killed, the remaining pythons hissed and slowly retreated into the snakescale tree. However, Sun Xing's face was slightly gloomy. This time, only a few of the 20 guards that the Sun family had brought out were left. On the other hand, the group of 20 people who had accepted the mission from the various factions to help the Sun family had only lost one warrior. In fact, this was normal. After all, the strength of the Sun family's guards was generally not high. Most of them were around the Xuanzun realm. However, these 20 guards were the elites of the various factions. Moreover, their cultivations were all at the golden Exalted realm and above. A mere python from the Xuanzun realm could not do anything to them. Let's continue forward, Sun Xing said with a gloomy face. He led the way into the depths of the true vein forest. Even Sun Xing did not expect that the Sun family's guards had already suffered such heavy losses when they had just reached the outskirts of the true vein forest. Sun family head, don't you feel that the true vein forest is a little strange today? Suddenly, Yikan came in front of Sun Xing and asked. Strange? Sun Xing asked subconsciously. Yikan nodded and said, usually, it is impossible for so many python metabees to appear at the outskirts of the true vein forest. Moreover, as soon as these pythons appeared, they attacked us without any regard for their lives. It was as if they were in a berserk state. There is definitely something fishy about this. Sun Xing was stunned. Only then did he react. Yikan was right. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for so many pythons to appear at the outskirts of the true vein forest. However, today was especially abnormal. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, the unpleasant cawing of crows sounded from the sky above the true vein forest. Then, several black crows flapped their wings and left the dense forest. The cawing of crows in broad daylight meant that something bad was going to happen. Hearing the cawing of crows, Sun Xing's frown deepened. The true vein forest was indeed very abnormal today. Sun family head, are we still going deeper into the true vein forest today? Wu Chen also came in front of Sun Xing and asked cautiously. Sun Xing's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and said, with the help of all the young masters, there should not be too much danger in the depths of the true vein forest. Let's continue forward. Hearing Sun Xing's words, Wu Chen and Yikan frowned slightly. However, they did not refuse. After all, they were entrusted by the Sun family and naturally followed Sun Xing's lead. Zhuowen, who was standing in the group, raised his head slightly and frowned. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. He felt that something bad was going to happen in the true Vein Forest. Although he had an ominous feeling in his heart, Zhuowen did not take it to heart. This time, the Sun family team was only going to enter the forest to pick some rare medicinal herbs. There should not be any big problems. Ding, ding, ding. The team continued to advance into the dense forest, although they would occasionally encounter some rather crazy meta-beasts along the way. With Sun Xing, Yikan, and Wu Chen's attacks, the Sun family team was able to defeat them one after another. Of course, the team also suffered some losses. The few remaining guards of the Sun family were completely annihilated. Even Yikan and Wu Chen's team of 20 elites lost 5 of them. It could be said to be a heavy loss. As the team went deeper into the dense forest, Zhuowen's frown grew tighter and tighter. This was because the ominous premonition in his mind was becoming more and more clear. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Soon, the team arrived at the entrance of a large valley basin. This basin was several miles in size. It was lush and filled with various medicinal herbs. There were black heart grass, silver dragon grass, golden iron wire grass, heavenly stars flower, 8-legged centipede flower, vermilion fruit, and other extremely rare medicinal herbs and elixirs in the outside world. Moreover, the yuan qi here was extremely rich. It actually formed a faint mist above the basin. It was faintly discernible, like a beautiful scenery in the mist. We have finally arrived. This is our Sun family's destination. Chapter 1034. Armored Crocodile. There are so many medicinal herbs. Looking at the various types of medicinal herbs in the basin, many people in the group were moved. Their eyes sparkled, but no one stepped forward to pick them. Before they set off, Sun Xing had already said that the Sun family's group would be the first to pick the medicinal herbs. After picking all the medicinal herbs they needed, they could divide the rest equally among themselves. Sorry for the trouble. Sun Xing cupped his hands towards the crowd, then led Sun Jia into the basin. Wu Chun, Yikan, and the rest silently stood guard at the entrance of the basin, watching as Sun Jia and Sun Xing continuously selected the medicinal ingredients within the basin. Zhuowen, who was silently standing in the group, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the topography of the basin. He muttered in a low voice, "The yuan qi in this basin is so rich, it's a little unusual." Although Zhuowen knew that the yuan qi in places where there were many medicinal herbs would be extremely rich, the yuan qi in this basin was unusually rich. "Kid, I'm afraid that there's a small yuan vein at the bottom of this basin that contains a considerable amount of spirit stones." Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow slightly. Really? Zhuowen's gaze became serious. If there really was a small yuan vein at the bottom of this basin, it would be enough to cause many practitioners to go crazy. Looking around, Zhuowen realized that most of the people's attention was on the medicinal herbs in the basin, and no one had noticed the abnormality in the yuan qi in the basin. "Kid, there are too many people now. If you rashly find a yuan vein, it won't do you any good." Xiao Hei opened her mouth again. Zhuowen nodded his head. His expression did not change as he followed the group and silently waited for Sun Xing and Sun Jia to pick the medicinal herbs. After about 2 hours, Sun Xing and Sun Jia finally finished picking all the medicinal herbs they needed. Then, Yikan and Wu Chun took the lead and entered the basin. If they saw any suitable elixirs, they would pick them and put them in their spirit rings. Zhuowen followed the team and strolled casually in the basin. Occasionally, he would encounter suitable elixirs and naturally keep them. However, most of Zhuowen's attention was placed on the concentration of yuan qi in the basin. He knew that the place with the highest concentration was definitely the hidden exit of the yuan vein in the basin. Once the exit of the yuan vein was found, everything would be easy. As long as they dug 3 feet into the ground, they would be able to unearth the yuan vein hidden within. Slowly going deeper into the basin, Zhuowen was guided by Xiao Hei to a place about 2 li away from the entrance of the basin. This position was very close to the center of the basin. When Zhuowen reached this place, Xiao Hei timely stopped him. The location of the elemental vein is right below your feet. Kid, make a mark here. The next time you come here, all you have to do is to dig up this area, Xiao Hei said to Zhuowen cautiously. Okay, let's leave this place first. Otherwise, it would be bad if we arouse the suspicion of others. Zhuowen nodded his head. Soon after, he returned to the exit of the basin as if nothing had happened. Young Master Zhuo, you came out so early. Why didn't you pick more elixirs? Seeing Zhuowen walk out, Sun Xing lightly smiled and asked. Zhuowen shook his head and said, most of the elixirs here are of no use to me. It would be a waste to pick more. Hearing this, Sun Xing nodded his head. Although there were many types of elixirs in the basin, most of them were materials that were used in more remote areas. These materials were not of much use to a practitioner. Only in the hands of an alchemist would these materials be able to display their corresponding effects. Standing beside Sun Xing, Sun Jia indifferently glanced at Zhuowen. Soon after, her pair of beautiful watery eyes landed on Yikan and Wuchen. Among this group, Yikan and Wuchen were the strongest. Therefore, Sun Jia paid more attention to these two people. As for Zhuowen, because he had shrunk into the crowd during their journey, he did not have the slightest bit of heroic spirit. Therefore, Sun Jia treated Zhuowen the same way she treated other ordinary practitioners, neither cold nor indifferent. Zhuowen naturally did not care about Sun Jia's thoughts and attitude. At this moment, he was thinking about how to sneak out of the Sun family group after they left and return to the basin to dig up the elemental vein hidden here. Kid, let's wait until the Sun family group returns to the Sun family, and you receive the channel opening pill. It is still too early to think about the elemental vein now. Xiao Hei softly advised. Looks like this is the only way. Zhuowen nodded and secretly transmitted his voice. After a while, Yikan and Wuchen walked out of the basin one after another. Most of the other 10 people followed behind them. When they walked out, everyone's faces revealed a satisfied expression. Since the elixirs have been harvested, everyone should follow me back to the Sun family. When the time comes, I will definitely give everyone the channel opening pill as their reward. Sun Xing said sincerely. When everyone heard this, their eyes revealed excitement. They had risked their lives to help the Sun family mainly because of the channel opening pill. Now that Sun Xing had promised, their hearts were naturally at ease. Sun Xing said a few more words and led the group back the way they came. What was worth praising was that on the way back, the slim and elegant Sun Jia seemed to be quite close to Yikan and Wuchen. Along the way, the three of them chatted and laughed. Sun Xing silently watched this scene without any displeasure. The strength of the Sun family's pharmacists was generally very low. The family would usually send powerful warriors to protect the family's pharmacists. After all, the pharmacists of the Sun family had the secret formula to refine the channel opening pill. Many forces in Anming City coveted the secret formula of the channel opening pill from the Sun family. Thus, they would send their own warriors to snatch the pharmacists. Some were even more ruthless and would go all out to kill the pharmacists. Therefore, the pharmacists must be protected by powerful warriors. Moreover, this powerful warrior must be very close to them. Therefore, the spouses of the pharmacists of the Sun family were all famous warriors on the auspicious Spirit Island. Sun Jia was in the prime of her youth. This time, the people who accepted the Sun family's commission were basically geniuses for various forces. Whether it was talent or strength, they were all very good and could be considered the best of the best. Therefore, Sun Xing's commission this time had another purpose, and that was to find a good son-in-law for his daughter. With a powerful warrior as her spouse, his daughter's safety in the future would be guaranteed. Why not? Among this group of people, Sun Xing favored Yikan and Wuchen the most. The two of them were only 25 years old and had already reached the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. Their talent was unquestionable. Moreover, their strength wasn't weak in the entire auspicious Spirit Island. Next was Zhuowen from the auspicious Spirit Island. Unfortunately, this Zhuowen's strength was too weak. He was only in the Sovereign Realm. Although his battle strength wasn't weak, in Sun Xing's heart, he still wasn't as important as Yikan and Wuchen. In fact, in Sun Xing's heart, the best candidate should be a genius from the auspicious Spirit Island. After all, with the auspicious Spirit Island as their backing, there really wasn't anyone who dared to provoke them. If the auspicious Spirit Island sent a golden exalt, perhaps Sun Xing would try his best to matchmake them. Unfortunately, this time, the one who came was only at the peak of the sovereign realm. As for entrusting his daughter to Zhuowen, Sun Xing still felt that it wasn't appropriate. Fortunately, Sun Jia didn't take a fancy to Zhuowen. Instead, she took a fancy to Yi Kan and Wu Chen. When the time came, they only needed to duel to determine the winner. Then, Sun Xing planned to recruit the winner into their Sun Jia. In the group, many people looked enviously at Yi Kan, Wu Chen, and Sun Jia, who were talking and laughing in front of them. Sun Jia's identity as an alchemist was something they coveted. This was an occupation that could create all kinds of amplification medicines. It went without saying that it would be a great help to a cultivator. Unfortunately, their strength and talent were far from Yi Kan and Wu Chen's. It was normal for others to look down on them. Although they were envious in their hearts, they couldn't do anything about it. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk suddenly, the sound of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking violently. Many people were caught off guard and their footsteps became weak, almost falling to the ground. What's going on? After regaining their senses, everyone's eyes were filled with fear and they couldn't help but shout. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk dull footsteps sounded in front of them. The footsteps sounded like a mountain crashing down, causing everyone to feel suffocated and extremely uncomfortable. Asterisk boom. Asterisk then, everyone saw the lush forest in front of them shake violently. Then, it collapsed forward with a crash. Then, a figure the size of a small mountain appeared in front of everyone. It was a huge crocodile that was 400 to 500 feet tall. The scales on its body stood up like black steel. Under the sunlight, it reflected a frightening, cold light. Rows of fangs protruded from its bloody mouth. They were deathly white and looked extremely terrifying. The huge crocodile that was the size of small mountains stared at the people in front of it with its merciless eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and roared fiercely. Suddenly, a fishy smell rushed out. An adult armored crocodile? Looking at the huge crocodile in front of them, Sun Xing and the people behind him changed their expressions. They cursed in their hearts. Why are we so unlucky? We actually encountered such a troublesome and terrifying meta-beast, Sun Xing muttered with a pale face. The armored crocodile's body was like armor and was as strong as black iron. Its defense was extremely terrifying and it was extremely difficult to kill. In addition, the power of the armored crocodile's bloody mouth was also very terrifying. If one was bitten by it, at least one would lose an arm or a leg. In serious cases, one's entire body would be bitten into pieces. Chapter 1035. Shirk in the entire team. Only Sun Xing had reached the early stage of the Heavenly Master Realm. However, this adult armored crocodile was also at the early stage of the Heavenly Master Realm. Moreover, its armor was very difficult for an early-stage Heavenly Master to break. Therefore, even Sun Xing would find it extremely difficult to deal with this armored crocodile. Boom! Boom! The moment this armored crocodile appeared, another armored crocodile of the same size appeared in the dense forest behind the team. Its mountain-like body stretched across the top of the crowd, faintly giving off the feeling that it covered the sky and the sun. Two armored crocodiles. It's over. Why did two armored crocodiles suddenly appear? The moment the second armored crocodile appeared in front of everyone, the whole team gasped. Everyone's eyes were filled with dark clouds of despair. If there was only one armored crocodile, perhaps relying on Sun Xing and the team's strength, they might be able to repel it. However, with two armored crocodiles appearing at the same time, with the team's strength, the final outcome would undoubtedly be devastating. Sun Xing's complexion finally changed. Even Yi Kan and Wu Chen, who were not very worried, could not help but narrow their pupils into needles. A trace of anxiety rose in their hearts. Family head Sun, what should we do now? Yi Kan and Wu Chen came to Sun Xing's side and asked cautiously. In the whole team, the three of them were the strongest, so the others followed their lead. The important decisions were also made by the three of them. Sun Xing's eyes were gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "Young Masters Yikan and Wu Chun, I will be responsible for the armored crocodile in front. The two of you will be responsible for the armored crocodile behind. Now, we must first let the team send Sun Jia away. Then, we will work together to escape. This way, our team will not be wiped out." Hearing this, Yikan and Wu Chun frowned slightly. However, they also knew that Sun Jia played a pivotal role and position in the Sun family, so they did not say anything and just nodded in agreement. With the combined strength of the two of them, although they were not necessarily a match for the armor crocodile, they could still hold on for a period of time. The team must be transferred as soon as possible. "Who should we hand this over to?" Yikan suddenly said. "Hand it over to young Master Zhuowen. Besides the two of you, young Master Zhuowen is the strongest," Sun Xing said softly. Hearing this, the two of them nodded their heads. Zhuowen could easily defeat initial golden venerable warriors. Obviously, his combat strength was comparable to an intermediate golden venerable realm warrior. So, the two of them felt quite relieved that Zhuowen was responsible for the transfer of the team. Sun Xing, Yikan, and Wu Chun. Zhuowen. Sun Xing stood at the front of the team. Standing Sun stood, standing. Sun stood. Sun stood, standing in front of the team. Zhuowen. Sun Sunday. The two armored crocodiles will be held back by me, Yikan, and Wu Chun. All of you listen to young Master Zhuowen's arrangements. Quickly move the team and send Sun Jia to a safe place." Sun Xing shouted at the team behind him. A strong aura burst out from his body. He stomped his foot and charged towards the armored crocodile. His speed was at its peak. Yikan and Wu Chun also charged out. Their auras were at their peak as they charged towards the armored crocodile. The actions of Sun Xing, Yikan, and Wu Chun had obviously angered the armored crocodile. The armored crocodile let out a furious roar and stomped its front hooves on the ground. Then, its mountain-like body turned into a huge shadow and rushed towards Sun Xing. Sun Xing's eyes turned solemn. His hands swiftly formed a seal as terrifying yuan power gushed out. Soon after, it transformed into a gigantic yuan power net in front of him. Boom! The steel-armored crocodile arrived in an instant. Its huge, bloody mouth was like a pair of scissors, opening and closing as it swept over, wanting to completely strangle Sun Xing to death. However, it was blocked by the large yuan power net in front of it. The large yuan power net was extremely tough. The body of the steel-armored crocodile that was charging towards Sun Xing was actually completely stopped. It stopped just 10 meters away from Sun Xing and was unable to advance any further. Sun Xing's face was slightly pale. This origin energy net had condensed most of the origin energy in Sun Xing's body. It could be said that he had exhausted all of his origin energy to execute this move. However, it could only barely block the armored crocodile. Yikan and Wu Chun, who were behind Sun Xing, each took out a sword and a saber respectively. They crossed their swords and saber, instantly releasing a terrifying blazing light. The saber and sword light intertwined in the air, forming a storm of saber and sword light. Boom, boom, boom. The armored crocodile was not to be trifled with. It stomped its front hooves and mercilessly slammed into the storm of saber and sword light. The powerful force caused the storm of saber and sword light to be pushed back. Yikan and Wu Chun, who were hit by the storm, spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were extremely pale. Block it. The two of them looked at each other. Shortly after, they roared and released an even more powerful origin energy. Immediately, the storm of saber and sword light, which was pushed back by the storm of saber and sword light, became much stronger. White light soared into the sky and forced the armored crocodile to retreat. Zhuowen, quickly take Sun Jia and leave. We can't hold on for long. The moment Sun Xing, Yikan, and Wu Chun collided with the armored crocodile, the three of them roared and urged Zhuowen to quickly take Sun Jia and leave this place. Zhuo nodded. Without hesitation, he said to Sun Jia, Miss Sun, the situation is critical now. Let's quickly leave this place. Don't let Master Sun, Yikan, and Wu Qin's efforts go to waste. Sun Jia's face was deathly pale. This was the first time she had entered the true Vein Forest. She had never seen such a terrifying origin beast. Now that she saw it, she was extremely frightened. However, Zhuan's shout woke her up. Sun Jia looked at Sun Xing, Yikan, and Wu Chun, who were fighting with their lives on the line. Then, she looked at Zhuan and said, Why aren't you fighting with my father and the others against the armored crocodile? In this team, your strength should be second only to my father and the other two. Zhuan was startled. Soon after, he shook his head and said, Master Sun has already instructed me to lead you guys to retreat first. At that time, the three of them will be able to escape. At present, this method is the safest. However, Sun Jia's beautiful face darkened. She said loudly, Actually, you're just afraid of death, right? My father, Yikan, and Wu Chun are fighting with their lives on the line against the armored crocodile. Instead, you're not saying anything. Are you still a man? Hearing this, Zhuan's eyes darkened. He said indifferently, Miss Sun, please pay attention to your words. I, Zhuan, am not a member of your Sun family. There should be no reason for me to risk my life to fight against the armored crocodile for you, right? Now that Master Sun has asked me to temporarily lead this team, I think it's best for you to cooperate. Now, time is of the essence. Zhuan, why haven't you taken Sun Jia away? At this moment, Sun Xing, who was supporting the Yuan Power Nen front, also noticed that Zhuan, Sun Jia, and the others had not left yet. He could not help but angrily shout out. The rest of the team was also extremely anxious. Sun Jia's willfulness made them angry and anxious. Now, it was a critical moment where lives were at stake. Why did Miss Sun suddenly throw a tantrum? Brother Zhuan, we don't want to waste time here. We'll leave first. Seeing that Sun Jia was actually willful and did not intend to leave, the rest of the team were not stupid. Naturally, they would not die with Sun Jia. So they all said goodbye to Zhuan and fled. What a bunch of cowards, Sun Jia said coldly. Soon after, she indifferently stared at Zhuan and said, What about you? Why didn't a coward like you run away? I really didn't expect that you geniuses from big forces would be so cowardly and useless. Only the two brothers, Yikan and Wu Chun, are the most loyal. Stupid, your willfulness will completely kill your father, Yikan, and Wu Chun. Do you really think that the loyalty you speak of is useful? In my opinion, your choice is not a display of loyalty at all, but a display of pedantry and stupidity. Zhuan indifferently glanced at Sun Jia and said indifferently. Looking at Zhuan's expression, Sun Jia felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She coldly snorted and said, I know more about loyalty than you. Do I need a coward like you to teach me a lesson? Zhuan shook his head and was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Jia. This Sun Jia was young and inexperienced. She had not experienced the fickleness of the world, what she thought was very childish in Zhuan's eyes. Therefore, Zhuan did not want to pay attention to her. Instead, he looked at the armored crocodiles in front and behind. Bang! Suddenly, Yikan and Wu Chun, who were bitterly holding on at the back, finally spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out with a muffled groan. The sword storm was also completely destroyed by the armored crocodiles. Not long after Yikan and Wu Chun spat out blood and flew out, Sun Xing at the front let out a muffled groan. His feet stepped on the void, and he retreated several hundred meters until he reached Zhuan and Sun Jia. The moment Yikan and Wu Chun flew out, they were already protected by Zhuan's Yuan Li and pulled to his side. What's wrong with you two? Why aren't you running? Looking at Zhuan and Sun Jia, who were still standing in the same place, Sun Xing could not help but shout angrily. The three of them worked hard to create an opportunity for the team to escape. Everyone else had escaped, but the most important one, Sun Jia, was still here. How could Sun Xing not be angry? It's Miss Sun Jia who doesn't want to leave. She thinks that those who run away are cowards. She doesn't want to be a coward, Zhuan said indifferently. Hearing this, Sun Xing's gaze turned extremely gloomy. He said to Sun Jia in a deep voice, "Sun Jia, what's wrong with you? The three of us created such a good opportunity to escape. Why didn't you escape with us? Instead, you stayed behind to die?" In the face of Sun Xing's stern reprimand, Sun Jia's pretty face turned slightly pale. A trace of mist began to appear in her watery eyes. She also faintly realized that her actions earlier were indeed a little too willful. However, Sun Jia's personality was a little stubborn. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she pointed at Zhuowen and said, "It's all because of this Zhuowen. If he didn't act so cowardly at the beginning and didn't even dare to face the armored crocodiles, I wouldn't be so willful." Chapter 1036. Killing the armored crocodiles. If it's not your fault, then whose fault is it? If it weren't for your cowardly actions, I wouldn't have gotten angry, and I wouldn't have willfully refused to run away. It's all your fault. Sun Jia pointed at Zhuowen and said in a somewhat unreasonable manner. Zhuowen's gaze gradually turned cold, as if it was 10,000 years old ice. Sun Jia also felt the coldness in Zhuowen's eyes, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble. What kind of eyes could actually release such coldness? Sun Xing also felt the coldness in Zhuowen's body. He slightly frowned and said, "Let's not quarrel now. Let's think of a way to deal with these armored crocodiles first. How are Yi Kan and Wu Chun, the two young masters?" At this moment, Yi Kan and Wu Chen's faces were as pale as snow. They quietly sat cross-legged in front of Zhuowen. Both of them were short of breath, and there was blood at the corner of their mouths. Obviously, they had suffered serious internal injuries. Sun family head, both of our injuries are too serious, and our combat power is less than 10%. It will be extremely difficult to deal with these armored crocodiles, Deacon said with a wry smile. Boom, boom. At this moment, the armored crocodiles in front and behind slowly walked over. Two pairs of bone-chilling eyes firmly stared at the 5 people in front of them. Their eyes contained a strong, tyrannical, and murderous intent. At this moment, Sun Jia finally felt afraid, especially when she saw the cruelty in the eyes of these 2 armored crocodiles. She couldn't help but tremble in fear, and in her heart, she began to regret being so willful and not running away. Zhuowen, it's all because of you. Now we are surrounded by these 2 armored crocodiles, and we're going to die. It's all because of you. Sun Jia screamed in fear and couldn't help but pointed at Zhuowen and shouted, "Slap!" The crisp sound of a slap rang out, and then Sun Jia's voice came to an abrupt halt. She covered her right cheek in a daze and stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. When she screamed just now, it was Zhuowen who slapped her. Sun Jia didn't even think that this young man in front of her dared to slap her. Shut up. Clearly, it was your own willfulness that caused this big mistake, but instead, you pushed all these mistakes onto me. Don't you, the dignified Miss Sun, have any sense of shame? Zhuowen said indifferently. On the other hand, Sun Xing's face had already turned gloomy and unsightly. He said to Zhuowen in a deep voice, "Zhuowen, what do you mean by that? You actually hit my daughter in front of me. Are you provoking our Sun family? I think you're the one who should shut up. I only came to your Sun family to complete a mission. I'm not a servant of your Sun family. Of course, I'm not a scapegoat for your Sun family's young miss. Patriarch Sun, please know your priorities." With that, Zhuowen took a step forward and walked towards the armored crocodile. At the same time, he took out the communication jade amulet and crushed it silently. The communication jade amulet turned into a beam of light, and a figure with a terrifying aura appeared above Zhuowen. What a terrifying aura! Is this person a peak heavenly venerate powerhouse? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Sun Xing's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but shriek. The strongest person in their Sun family was Sun Xing, an early-stage heavenly venerate. In a small city like in Ming City, such a cultivation was already considered a pinnacle powerhouse. But now, a peak heavenly venerate powerhouse had suddenly appeared. Sun Xing was stunned at first, but then he revealed a look of ecstasy. He knew that they were saved. Although the armored crocodile was terrifying, it was only relative to early stage and mid-stage heavenly venerate powerhouses. For a peak heavenly venerate powerhouse, it wasn't difficult. Master. As soon as the peak heavenly venerate powerhouse arrived, he came before Zhuowen and respectfully knelt down on one knee. The smile on Sun Xing's face instantly froze, and his eyes stared straight at the peak heavenly venerate powerhouse. This powerhouse, who made him tremble, actually knelt down on one knee in front of Zhuowen, whose cultivation was only at the sovereign realm. He even called Zhuowen his master. Was this a dream? Sun Xing wasn't the only one who was stunned. Sun Jia, as well as the seriously injured Yi Kan and Wu Chun, who were sitting cross-legged on the ground, were also stunned. A peak heavenly venerate powerhouse actually called Zhuowen his master. Sun Jia's mouth was wide open, and he said this sentence in disbelief. Although Zhang Tianzuan had followed Zhuowen into the Sun family's martial arts practice field, Zhang Tianzuan's aura was restrained at that time, and he was standing behind Zhuowen submissively. Therefore, he didn't attract anyone's attention. Now, Zhang Tianzuan was showing off his abilities, and he truly shocked Sun Xing and the others. I'll leave the armored crocodile at the back to you. As for the armored crocodile at the front, leave it to me. Zhuowen pointed at the armored crocodile at the back and said to Zhang Tianzuan indifferently. Zhang Tianzuan nodded and didn't disobey Zhuowen. He took a step forward and rushed towards the armored crocodile at the back. As for Zhuowen dealing with the armored crocodile alone, Zhang Tianzuan wasn't too worried because he knew how powerful Zhuowen was. After all, Zhuowen was an existence that killed 5 heavenly venerates. How could he be afraid of a mere armored crocodile? Hearing Zhuowen's words, Sun Xing and the others were stunned. They could naturally understand why Zhuowen ordered Zhang Tianzuan to deal with the armored crocodile at the back. However, this Zhuowen was actually preparing to deal with the armored crocodile at the front alone. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Zhuowen, a mere sovereign realm warrior, actually wanted to challenge the armored crocodile that even Sun Xing was no match for? Young Master Zhuowen, did you make a mistake? This armored crocodile is very difficult to deal with. Even an early-stage, heavenly venerate warrior would find it difficult to deal with it. Do you really plan to face it alone? Do you need my help? Sun Xing suddenly asked. No need. I can still deal with a mere armored crocodile. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, Sun Xing and the others' faces twitched. The armored crocodile that they couldn't deal with was just a mere armored crocodile in Zhuowen's mouth. This Zhuowen is too arrogant. Deacon shook his head and said helplessly, Humph, you didn't take action before, and now you're trying to puff yourself up at your own cost. You actually dare to face the armored crocodile alone. You're simply seeking your own death. Sun Jia curled her lips and said with disdain toward Zhuowen. Of course, Zhuowen directly ignored Sun Jia. This woman was not only naive, but also unruly and stubborn. She refused to admit her mistakes and even tried to shirk responsibility. Zhuowen really didn't want to pay attention to this kind of woman. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Zhang Tianzuan collided with the armored crocodile behind him. However, Zhang Tianzuan was an expert at the peak of the heavenly master realm, so the armored crocodile was at a disadvantage from the beginning and was miserably suppressed. The armored crocodile in front glanced at Zhang Tianzuan's figure with fear, and then its tyrannical gaze fell on Zhuowen. It could clearly feel the aura of this human in front of it. With such a weak cultivation, he actually dared to block in front of it. Was he insulting it? Oh, whoa. The armored crocodile roared and instantly rushed toward Zhuowen. Its bloody mouth was wrapped with the power of 1,000 caddies. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhuowen. Its upper and lower jaws opened and closed, wanting to crush Zhuowen directly. Zhuowen sneered and changed his hand seal. A sorrowful aura gushed out from his body and gradually filled his whole body. Then, it formed a mysterious and strange seal behind Zhuowen. It was the morning treasure seal that Zhuowen had just learned. An intense, sorrowful aura filled the air and immediately mobilized the sorrowful emotions in Sun Xing and the other 4 people. Then, they fell into a sorrowful situation. Their bodies were weak and their strength was declining rapidly. The ferocious gaze of the armored crocodile was suddenly replaced by sorrow. Then, the ferocious aura on its body weakened a lot, and its huge head drooped down. Nirvana of the great sun! Zhuan shouted loudly. His entire body flickered with golden light, and 4 heads and 8 arms extended from his body. Then, Zhuowen's hand seals changed, and the golden light burst out to the extreme. His body grew 10 feet tall and turned into 100 feet tall. His entire body was even bigger than the armored crocodile. Break for me! Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived in front of the armored crocodile that was being suppressed by the morning treasure seal. His 8 arms suddenly dropped down, and 8 terrifying forces gathered together and actually filled the surroundings with a ring-shaped airwave and spread out. Boom! The armored crocodile was suppressed too badly by the morning treasure seal. Not only its strength, but its defense was also weakened by 20 to 30%. Zhuowen's terrifying strength hammered down on the armored crocodile. The armored crocodile wailed and fell to the ground without any resistance, creating a huge pit that was dozens of feet wide. Looking at this scene, Sun Xing, Sun Jia, and the other 3 people's faces froze. When did this armored crocodile become so weak? It was actually hammered down by Zhuowen with just one move. It should be known that whether it was the joint forces of Yi Kan and Wu Chun or the early stage Heavenly Master Sun Xing, none of them were a match for the armored crocodile. However, in front of Zhuowen, who was in the sovereign realm, this armored crocodile was actually so weak. Of course, they knew the reason for this. It could only mean that Zhuowen's strength was not inferior to a heavenly master. Moreover, it was far beyond the early stage of the heavenly master realm. A sovereign realm warrior with the battle strength of a heavenly master realm warrior was definitely an extremely terrifying talent. This warrior was definitely a monstrous genius. Boom! Boom! Zhuowen, who was hundreds of meters tall, descended from the sky. One of his arms grabbed the armored crocodile in the crater, while the other 7 arms formed into fists. He continuously threw punches at the armored crocodile without any regard for his own life. Every punch landed on the armored crocodile's flesh, causing golden light to explode. Oh! Even though the armored crocodile's defense was astonishing, under the devastation of these terrifying fists, it was bleeding from its 7 orifices. It was on the verge of death, and its eyelids drooped. It was actually in a half-dead state. Zhuowen threw the armored crocodile to the ground. Then his pillar-like foot suddenly stomped on the armored crocodile's head. With a poochie sound, the armored crocodile's head exploded. It was actually completely dead. Gulp! Looking at such a bloody scene, Sun Xing, Sun Jia, Yi Kan, and Wu Chun involuntarily swallowed their saliva. When they looked behind them, they discovered that Ziyang Tianzuan's battle was also coming to an end. The armored crocodile at the back was finally annihilated by Ziyang's attack. Chapter 1037. Son-in-law selection. After the armored crocodile was killed, the golden light on Zhuowen's body gradually receded. His 4 heads and 8 arms also returned to normal, and his 100 feet body returned to the size of a normal person. Whoosh! Ziyang Tianzuan appeared behind Zhuowen and stood respectfully. His eyes were filled with amazement. It seemed that his master was getting stronger and stronger, and he was becoming more and more unfathomable. Have you dealt with it? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Master, the armored crocodile behind us has been dealt with, Ziyang Tianzuan said respectfully. Sun Xing and the other 3 were still in a daze. Among them, Sun Jia was the most surprised. Sun Jia's beautiful eyes looked at the armored crocodile that was bleeding from its 7 orifices. She then looked at the tall and straight figure standing in front of the armored crocodile, and the corner of her mouth suddenly revealed a self-mocking smile. She also did not expect that Zhuowen's strength would be so terrifying that even the armored crocodile was easily killed by him. What was laughable was that she had previously mocked Zhuowen and called him a useless coward, and even pushed all the responsibility to Zhuowen. Now that she thought about it, she suddenly felt how ridiculous she was at that time. Perhaps at that time, Zhuowen did not even spare a glance for the armored crocodile, as she mocked Zhuowen for being a coward. But now, the scene in front of her gave her a hard slap, waking her up. At the same time, Sun Jia's beautiful eyes turned towards the pale-faced Yikan and Wuchun. She suddenly felt that compared to Zhuowen, the two of them were not even worth mentioning. The good impression she had of the two of them gradually faded. After Sun Xing and the other three recovered from their shock, Sun Xing led Sun Jia and the other two to stand behind Zhuowen and said carefully, "Young Master Zhua, is this senior really your servant?" Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Ziyang's body. Ziyang stared coldly at Sun Xing and said indifferently, "What? Are you questioning Master?" Feeling Ziyang's terrifying aura, Sun Xing's entire body trembled. Sun Jia and the other two were even more unbearable. They almost knelt on the ground, their footsteps unsteady. "Senior, we don't mean to question young Master Zhua. We're just curious," Sun Xing quickly said with a smile. Ziyang was a peak Empyrean powerhouse. He could kill an early-stage Empyrean like him with a single palm strike. He didn't dare to offend him. "Young Master Zhua, I didn't expect you to be so strong. To be able to kill an armored crocodile as a supreme being, it seems like you must be an extraordinary genius in the Divine Institute, right?" Ziyang Tianzuan was stubborn. Sun Xing's gaze landed on Zhuowen. Master has only been in the Divine Institute for a month, but he is the #1 new student. In the future, he will definitely soar in the outer court. Entering the outer court's Empyrean ranking, and even entering the inner court will be a cinch. As he spoke, Ziyang's eyes were filled with pride. He was well aware of how strong Zhuowen's talent was. Moreover, he also knew that Zhuowen had the mysterious Xiaohei dog. Zhuowen's future path was absolutely limitless. Ziyang, who was originally very unwilling to become Zhuowen's servant, was now completely convinced. He was even proud of it. #1 new student. Hearing Ziyang's words, Sun Xing and the other three looked at each other in dismay. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. They were well aware of the weight of the #1 new student. Generally speaking, if a student who was able to obtain the #1 new student in the outer court didn't fall midway or abandon themselves, their future achievements would definitely be terrifying. Zhuowen was actually this year's #1 new student. It was no wonder that his battle strength was so terrifying. Moreover, he had a peak Empyrean as his servant. It was obvious that his background wasn't low. At this moment, the four people's view of Zhuowen had completely changed. They were no longer as indifferent as before. Instead, they became cautious and cautious. After all, whether it was the strength that Zhuowen had displayed or the background of the Divine Institute behind him, he was far superior to any one of them. They had no choice but to be careful. Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent as he said, "Patriarch's son, since the armored crocodile has been dealt with, shouldn't we return? As for the channel-opening pill that Patriarch's son promised, I hope that Patriarch's son won't disappoint me." Hearing this, Sun Xing's gaze froze. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course, I naturally won't forget about the channel-opening pill. Young Master Zhua is right. Let's return first." As he spoke, Sun Xing led the four of them back the way they came. It was peaceful along the way. Although some meta beasts would fly out and attack them, these meta beasts were relatively weak. Moreover, the group had Zheng, Tianzuan, and Zhuowen. Naturally, there wasn't any danger. It was worth mentioning that along the way, Sun Jia's attitude towards Yikan and Wuchun was no longer as harmonious as before. Instead, it had become icy cold. At the same time, Sun Jia also faintly expressed her closeness to Zhuowen. She even took the initiative to chat with Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered in his heart at Sun Jia's behavior. However, he didn't show it on his face. He was even extremely cold, causing Sun Jia to meet with a cold shoulder. After about 2 hours, the group successfully walked out of the True Vein Forest periphery and returned to Enming City. In the Sun family's guest hall, Sun Xing sat on the main seat. Below him sat Zhuowen, Yikan, and Wuchun. As for the other warriors, because they had escaped halfway, Sun Xing didn't plan to find them. Sun Jia silently stood beside Sun Xing. Her pair of watery eyes stared at Zhuowen, who was sitting motionless like a mountain. Unfortunately, Zhuowen didn't look at Sun Jia at all. His gaze was cold and calm. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, Sun Jia's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of disappointment and resentment. Many thanks to the help of the 3 young masters this time, our Sun family was able to pick the herbs we needed. Once again, this Sun thanks you in advance. Sun Xing cupped his hands towards the 3 people below him and said with a hearty smile. Zhuowen and the other 2 also cupped their hands in response. The few of them first exchanged greetings. Then, Sun Xing clapped his hands. Suddenly, 3 gray-clothed servants walked out from the hall. These 3 servants were holding palm-sized brocade boxes in their hands. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen, Wu Chun, and Yikan's eyes flashed. They knew that the brocade boxes in the hands of these 3 servants were their goal this time. I believe that the 3 of you have already guessed the contents of these brocade boxes. That's right. These are the channel opening pills that I have prepared for the 3 of you. As Sun Xing spoke, he gestured to the 3 servants. Then, the 3 servants respectfully handed the brocade boxes in their hands to Zhuowen and the other 2. The 3 of you can check and see if there are any flaws in them. Seeing that the brocade boxes were handed over to the 3 of them, Sun Xing smiled and said, "Do we not trust Patriarch Sun?" Yikan laughed. His hands were not slow as he directly opened the brocade boxes. Instantly, a strong medicinal smell wafted out. A thumb-sized pill was quietly lying in the brocade boxes. Wu Chun and Zhuo also silently opened their respective brocade boxes. They looked at the pills in their brocade boxes and saw that the pills were emerald green in color. Within the emerald green, there were traces of white lines. They were sparkling and translucent. The 3 of them nodded as their eyes revealed a satisfied expression. Whether it was the appearance or color of this channel opening pill, it was the same as the description of the channel opening pill. It should not be fake. Moreover, the forces behind the 3 of them were not weak. Sun Xing would not take out a fake channel opening pill to deceive them. Otherwise, the forces behind the 3 of them would not let the Sun family off. It is indeed the channel opening pill. Thank you for your gift, Patriarch Sun. Wu Chun excitedly kept the brocade boxes into his spirit ring and cupped his hands towards Sun Xing. Sun Xing nodded and exchanged some pleasantries with the 3 of them in the hall. Soon after, Yikan and Wu Chun stood up and left. When Zhuowen was about to leave, he was stopped by Sun Xing. "Patriarch Sun, what's the matter?" Zhuowen looked at Sun Xing with a faint smile. Sun Xing coughed, and a warm smile appeared on his face as he said, "Young Master Zhuo, there is something else in your brocade boxes. There are actually 4 channel opening pills hidden in the brocade boxes. Take it as my repayment for your life-saving grace." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyebrows twitched. He did not expect Sun Xing to actually hide 4 channel opening pills in the brocade boxes. Moreover, looking at him, he should be the only one who received such treatment. Wu Chun and Yikan's brocade boxes should only have 1 channel opening pill. It seems that Patriarch Sun is also a person who knows how to repay kindness. Thank you for your gift. If there is nothing else, I plan to leave this place. Zhuo nodded and cupped his hands. He planned to get up and leave the Sun family. Now that the matter of the channel opening pill was settled, Zhuo planned to once again enter the basin of the True Vein Forest. After all, there was a small yuan vein hidden there. "Young Master Zhuo, please wait." Sun Xing called out to Zhuo again, causing the latter to frown. Sun Xing was a little strange today, but he did not know why. "Patriarch Sun, is there anything else?" Zhuo said indifferently. Sun Xing's eyes flickered and he laughed dryly. "Young Master Zhuo, this year my daughter is 18 years old and can be considered an adult. However, because of her identity as an alchemist, she is coveted by many people. Therefore, I plan to entrust my daughter to young Master Zhuo. What do you think?" When these words came out, Sun Jia, who was standing behind him, blushed. However, she did not object. Her eyes stared straight at Zhuo as her heart was filled with hope and excitement. Sun Xing also looked at Zhuo expectantly. He was well aware of how powerful the young man in front of him was. He had the combat strength of an early-stage heavenly venerable at the sovereign realm. His talent was unquestionable, and his future achievements were limitless. If they could recruit him into the Sun family, it would undoubtedly be very beneficial to their Sun family. Chapter 1038. Yuan Vane's son Xing was quite confident that Zhuowen would agree. After all, Sun Jia's beauty was outstanding, and she had the status of an alchemist. Not many cultivators would be able to reject such an offer. Zhuowen was taken aback as he stared at Sun Xing in astonishment. He did not expect Sun Xing to entrust Sun Jia to him. Was he trying to make him his son-in-law? Young Master Zhua, what do you think? Sun Xing asked again. Zhuowen glanced at Sun Jia indifferently and shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have not started my own marriage yet. Therefore, I cannot agree to this. As he spoke, Zhuowen cupped his hands and left the hall without looking back. Sun Xing and Sun Jia were petrified as they stood on the spot and watched Zhuowen's back as he left. After leaving the Sun family, Zhuowen summoned Deng Tianzuan. However, Zhuowen did not immediately head to the True Meridian Forest. Instead, he found an inn in Anming City, booked a private room, and stayed there. Since he had already obtained the channel opening pill, he naturally wanted to test its effects. If it could really expand his meridians, Zhuowen's strength would definitely rise to another level. In the dark room, Zhuowen sat quietly on the bed. With a flip of his right hand, he retrieved the brocade box that Sun Xing had given him. After taking out one of the channel opening pills, Zhuowen rummaged through the box and found the other 4 channel opening pills at the bottom. The channel opening pill's effects are the best the first time. The second time, the effects are barely satisfactory. I will give the remaining 4 channel opening pills to Jia, Nan, and the rest when I return to the academy. Zhuowen muttered to himself as he kept the brocade box and silently stared at the emerald green pill in his palm. I hope that this channel opening pill will not disappoint me. As he spoke, Zhuowen threw the channel opening pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Zhuowen slowly closed his eyes and began to silently refine the powerful effects of the channel opening pill. Boom! Not long after, a muffled thunder-like sound came from Zhuowen's body, as if all the bones in his body had been dislocated. Following that, Zhuowen could clearly feel the powerful medicinal effects of the channel opening pill spreading throughout his meridians. This medicinal power was very magical. Every time it passed through a meridian, the surging medicinal power would continuously strengthen Zhuowen's meridians, causing Zhuowen's entire body to feel warm and comfortable. The effect is not bad. I wonder how long the effects of this channel opening pill will last. A glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes as he muttered softly. Soon after, he once again sat down cross-legged and began to silently refine the medicinal strength that was flowing through the meridians in his entire body. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Zhuowen had been sitting in his room, silently refining the medicinal effects of the channel opening pill. Finally, when the dawn of the 4th day peeked out from the clouds, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. The aura in his body had also strengthened by a lot. Evidently, this was all due to the effects of the channel opening pill. My meridians have strengthened by a few notches. This way, the Yuan energy absorption rate will be much faster than before. Zhuowen softly muttered, Kid, at this speed, I'm afraid that you won't be far from breaking through to the golden exalted level. This dragon lord estimates that in another 1 or 2 months, you should be able to successfully break through to the golden exalted level. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded and said, Indeed. Now, I should make another trip to the True Vein Forest. Perhaps I can borrow the Yuan veins in the basin of the True Vein Forest and shorten the time needed to break through by several times. As he spoke, Zhuowen pushed open the door and walked out of the inn. He brought Deng Tianzuan out of Anming City and rushed towards the True Vein Forest. With the previous experience, Zhuowen seemed to be more familiar with the journey. However, Zhuowen keenly discovered that there were more meta-beasts in the True Vein Forest today than 3 days ago. Moreover, they were even more violent. Some of the weaker meta-beasts actually charged towards Zhuowen without any regard for their lives. Fortunately, Zhuowen's strength was not weak. With the help of Deng Tianzuan, Zhuan's speed was not slow. After about 2 hours, they arrived at the basin from the previous time. At this moment, the yuan energy in the basin was actually much richer than before. Moreover, the yuan energy was gushing towards the sky, forming an extremely spectacular yuan energy pillar. It looked extremely magnificent. The yuan energy in the basin is much richer than before. Looking at this scene, Zhuan's eyes narrowed as he said in a somewhat strange voice, "I'm afraid that the yuan vein below the basin is about to appear. Kid, even if you don't dig, the yuan vein will appear by itself," Xiao He said in a serious tone. Zhuan nodded. Soon after, he took a step forward and arrived at the area in the basin that he had marked previously. He saw that the yuan qi in this area was the densest. As the yuan qi rose, many of them condensed in a liquid in the air. From this, one could see how dense the yuan qi was. "Then let's put in more effort," Zhuan muttered in a low voice as he looked at the area beneath his feet, and then his right hand formed into the shape of a claw before abruptly grabbing towards this area. Terrifying origin energy poured out and instantly blasted open a hole that was almost 3 m in size in this area. Boom! Instantly, surging yuan energy burst out from the hole and formed a terrifying yuan energy pillar. It was indomitable and stretched across the sky above the basin. Rumble! The moment the yuan energy pillar was formed, the entire basin began to shake violently. Not only that, but even the other areas outside the basin began to rumble as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Perhaps it was a chain reaction, but the entire true vein forest shook violently. A ring-shaped energy spread out with the basin as the center. Then, the countless snake scale trees that stood in the true vein forest began to collapse. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense. Even in Ming City, which was in front of the true vein forest, was greatly affected. What's going on? What a strong vibration. This vibration seems to be coming from the depths of the true vein forest. In Anming City, countless warriors raised their heads and looked in the direction of the true pulse forest. There, the terrifying yuan qi formed a yuan qi pillar that pierced the heavens and the earth. It was a spectacular sight to behold. What a dense yuan qi! Could it be that the heavenly pillar was condensed from yuan qi? How rich does it need to be to form such a terrifying yuan energy pillar? All the warriors in Ming City muttered to themselves. Their eyes were filled with shock. The yuan energy pillar that stretched across the sky was too powerful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment the yuan energy pillar was formed, several powerful figures rushed out of Ming City. These figures had powerful auras and should be experts hiding in Ming City. The direction these figures were rushing towards was the yuan energy pillar in the depths of the true vein forest. To be able to cause the true vein forest to shake so violently and form such a terrifying yuan energy pillar, there must be a unique treasure in the depths of the true vein forest. Rumble! At this moment, the entire basin had changed greatly. The basin, which was originally several miles wide, had actually split into a huge fissure that was dozens of feet long. The fissure was pitch black, as if it led to the abyss of hell. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The moment the crack appeared, the yuan energy in the entire basin was extremely rich. It formed a yuan energy hurricane in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, pieces of spirit stones spewed out along with the terrifying yuan energy from the crack. It was like a fairy scattering flowers as it shot into the sky. It's spirit stones. Collect them. Looking at the spirit stones that shot out from the crack, Zhuan's eyes flashed. With a wave of his right hand, yuan energy gushed out and turned into a huge yuan energy palm. It swept through the air and plundered a considerable amount of spirit stones. Soon after, he unceremoniously stored them in his spirit ring. However, there were too many spirit stones. Most of them were low-grade spirit stones. At the same time, there were also mid-grade spirit stones. In such a large base, there were also many high-grade spirit stones. Zhuan did not lack low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. However, He did not have many high-grade spirit stones on him. The capacity of the spirit ring is limited. I don't want low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. I'll collect high-grade spirit stones directly. After making up his mind, Zhuowen leaped up, like a rock spreading its wings. He constantly flashed above the Yuan energy pillar. At the same time, both of his hands condensed a huge Yuan energy palm and continuously collected the spirit stones that were spewing out into the spirit ring. Of course, Zhuowen specifically picked high-grade spirit stones and ignored low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. Whoosh! Zhuowen sucked again. Suddenly, among the numerous spirit stones, he found a few spirit stones that were as dazzling as gemstones. Not only the light on the surface of these spirit stones, but also the Yuan energy contained in them were far superior to high-grade spirit stones. This is a supreme grade spirit stone. Looking at the extremely dazzling spirit stone in his hand, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He could not help but exclaim out loud. His face revealed an ecstatic expression. He did not expect there to be a supreme grade spirit stone in here. It should be known that supreme grade spirit stones were extremely valuable and rare. It was basically impossible to find such spirit stones circulating in the market. Moreover, it was said that a supreme grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was priceless. A supreme grade spirit stone was also a huge fortune. Kid, the real good stuff should be in the depths of the crack. It seems that this dragon lord's estimation was wrong. This underground Yuan energy vein is not a small one at all. With such a dense Yuan energy, I'm afraid it's at least a large one. If the formation of a small Yuan energy vein is accidental, then the formation of a large Yuan energy vein is definitely not accidental. There must be some kind of treasure that caused the formation of the Yuan energy vein. Kid, go into the crack and have a look. Xiaohei's voice suddenly sounded. He actually instigated Zhuowen to go into the depths of the crack. Are you sure there's something good in this crack? Zhuowen asked suspiciously. I'm sure. Just go in. With your cultivation and the help of Ziyang Tianzuan, there's nothing to be afraid of. Xiaohei smiled faintly. Chapter 1039. Deep in the crevice was extremely dark. Astral winds swept through, and Yuan Qi spewed out like a giant whale spewing water. Under the force of the spewing, Zhuowen and Zhang Tianzuan descended at a rather slow speed. This crevice is not very deep. You should reach the bottom after diving a few hundred meters. To be able to nurture such a dense Yuan vein, there must be something good at the bottom. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold as he extended his right hand and pinched a palm-sized black shadow. What is this? What Zhuowen clamped down on was a large black bug. Its outer shell was covered with many small bumps, and it looked extremely disgusting. Moreover, the front of this large bug actually had a row of fangs that flickered with cold light. It was extremely strange. This is a corroding beetle, a Yuan beast that likes to live in dark environments. Furthermore, this kind of insect-type Yuan beast usually likes to live in groups. So be careful, kid, Xiaohei said solemnly. A group of Yuan beasts? I think I've already seen it. As he spoke, Zhuowen keenly discovered that there were actually many palm-sized black shadows flying around the cliff. These black shadows were actually the corroding beetles that Zhuowen had pinched in his hand. Ziyang, get ready. Don't let these corroding beetles come close. Zhuowen instructed Zhang Tianzuan beside him. Shortly after, he pinched 2 fingers on his right hand. Immediately, the fat corroding beetle was crushed, and countless green juices burst out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment Zhuowen crushed the corroding beetle, the other corroding beetles in the surroundings went crazy. All of them flapped their thin wings and rushed towards Zhuowen and Ziyang Tianzuan, wanting to eat Zhuowen. Divine Sun Cauldron, come out. Zhuowen bellowed. A huge furnace rose behind him. Wisps of terrifying sun fire gushed out of the furnace and surrounded Zhuowen, protecting him. As for Empyrean Ziyang, he pushed out with both hands, and 3 purple suns surged out from his body. These 3 purple suns revolved around his body and began to revolve continuously. Purple flames spread out, and the moment the beetles entered the range of the purple suns, they were all roasted into charcoal. The situation on Zhuowen's side was the same. The temperature of the sun's fire was no less than that of Ziyang. Although there were many beetles around, they couldn't do anything to Zhuowen. Instead, they were all burned into ashes. The two people who were surrounded by flames slowly sank down and finally landed at the bottom. At the bottom of the crack was a piece of barren land, where not even a blade of grass grew. Xiaohei, where is the source of primordial qi? Zhuowen suddenly asked. In front, Xiaohei said concisely. Nodding, Zhuowen took a step forward and rushed forward. In an instant, he arrived at the place Xiaohei had mentioned. It was a huge natural cave, and Zhuowen stood at the entrance of the cave. Waves of primordial qi gushed out of the cave like water columns from water guns. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The primordial qi in this place was denser than in other places. He didn't know what was in this cave. Let's go in and take a look. After saying that, Zhuowen led Zhang Tianzuan into the cave. As soon as they entered, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the walls around the cave were inlaid with spirit stones. Moreover, they were all supreme grade spirit stones. Master, these are supreme grade spirit stones. Ziyang's eyes immediately revealed a blazing color. However, he didn't lose his rationality. Instead, he asked Zhuowen, Take them all. There's so many supreme grade spirit stones here. You don't have to ask for my permission, Zhuowen said calmly. Yes. Ziyang Tianzuan was ecstatic. He nodded heavily and rushed toward the supreme grade spirit stones around the walls. With a wave of his right hand, he removed all the supreme grade spirit stones that were inlaid in the walls. Zhuowen was not to be outdone. He also moved toward the other side of the cave. Soon, the two of them had removed all the supreme grade spirit stones. Zhuowen had obtained nearly 200 top-grade spirit stones, while Emperor Ziyang had obtained 180 top-grade spirit stones. This could be said to be a huge fortune. A single top-grade spirit stone was enough to make many cultivators fight over it until their heads bled. Now, Zhuowen and Ziyang had obtained several hundred top-grade spirit stones. If their wealth was exposed, it would definitely attract the attention of many warriors. Let's go deeper. There should be other things inside. Zhuowen said and led Zhang Tianzuan into the depths of the cave. They had obtained so many supreme grade spirit stones as soon as they stepped into the cave. They knew that there must be better things in the depths of the cave. In front of them was a very deep corridor. After quietly walking through this dark corridor, the two of them walked to a corner. Following this corner, the two of them quickly discovered that there was another corridor behind this corner. Strangely, the surface of the tunnel was blood red, as if there was an extremely strong bloody light at the end of the tunnel, dyeing the tunnel red. The moment the two of them stepped into the tunnel, Zhuowen's sharp senses discovered that the blood in his body seemed to surge rapidly, as if his blood was boiling. What's going on? The bloody light in the tunnel is so strange, Zhuowen murmured, squinting his eyes. The bloody light could affect the blood in his body, which made Zhuowen frown. He didn't know whether the effect was good or bad. Let's go deeper and have a look. With that, Zhuowen and Emperor Ziyang continued onwards. However, when they reached the length of the passageway, their eyes immediately turned blood red. The bloodlust in their hearts was stirred up by the blood-red light. This bloody light contains a trace of slaughter concept, and it's beginning to arouse the murderous desire in my body. Zhuowen finally noticed that something was amiss. As he went deeper into the passageway, he noticed that the bloody light actually contained a strand of slaughter concept. It was simply terrifying to the extreme, and it was even more overbearing than his devil Tao of slaughter. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out beside Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he took a few steps back. Then a palm heavily slammed into the spot where Zhuowen had been standing just a moment ago. Boom! A terrifying Yuanli gushed out and blasted a deep hole in the ground. The figure who wanted to sneak attack Zhuowen was none other than Ziyang Tianzuan. It seems that Ziyang has been deeply affected by the murderous desire. Looking at Zhang Tianzuan, who had red eyes and a ferocious face, Zhuowen knew that Zhang Tianzuan had been completely dominated by the murderous desire. Unfortunately, your soul imprint is still in my knowledge sea. You can't hurt me, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He summoned Zhang Tianzuan's soul imprint in his knowledge sea. His mental strength turned into a needle, and he stabbed the soul imprint. Ah! Zhang Tianzuan clutched his head and screamed. The soul imprint was closely related to his soul. When the soul imprint was damaged, his body would naturally be affected. The moment Zhang Tianzuan clutched his head and screamed, Zhuowen took a step and suddenly appeared behind Zhang Tianzuan. Yuanli gushed out and turned into a huge palm. He pinched Zhang Tianzuan and threw him toward the entrance of the tunnel. Thump! Thump! When Zhang Tianzuan landed at the entrance of the tunnel, the blood-red color in his eyes gradually faded, and he regained his clarity. He also remembered that he had fallen into the murderous desire just now. If Zhuowen had not sent him out of the tunnel in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Zhang Tianzuan quickly cupped his hands and said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, No need to thank me. Wait for me at the entrance. I'll go in and take a look. Hearing this, Zhang Tianzuan hesitated and said, Master, this tunnel is so strange. I'm afraid that there should be an ominous place at the end of this tunnel. Do you really plan to go deeper? Don't worry. You just wait for me outside. Zhuowen waved his hand and immediately continued to go deeper into the tunnel. Zhuowen had mastered the demonic path of massacre. Although the murderous intent in this tunnel was very strong, Zhuowen would not lose himself in it. After all, he had already mastered the power of the second stage of bedevilment. This murderous intent was really not enough to make him fall. As he went deeper into the tunnel, Zhuowen also found that the murderous intent inside was getting more and more powerful and terrifying. Even Zhuowen's eyes became incomparably red, and the murderous desire in his heart became more and more intense. First stage of bedevilment. Zhuowen shouted in a low voice and used the power of bedevilment. Suddenly, the murderous demonic qi surrounded Zhuowen's body, and Zhuowen also turned into a blood-red-haired and blood-red-eyed state. Since the murderous intent in this tunnel was so strong, Zhuowen simply used the power of bedevilment to fight demons with demons. Zhuowen, who had fallen into the state of bedevilment, was a lot more clear-headed. The essence of his demonic path of massacre was the same as the murderous intent. So after using the power of bedevilment, the murderous desire in Zhuowen's heart was completely extinguished, replaced by coldness and calmness. The core of demons was to ignore the world. From beginning to end, they were as calm as water, as indifferent as a demon. This was the true meaning of demons. Of course, demons also represented cruelty and overbearingness. It was precisely because of their indifferent attitude that demons could do all kinds of cruel things that ordinary people could not imagine. Because cruel things, in the eyes of demons, were just normal things like playing house. Because of this, demon cultivators from ancient times to the present were generally not understood by people. Of course, although demon cultivators were cruel and overbearing, they had not reached the point where everyone wanted to kill them. After all, the world of martial arts was originally cruel. Demon cultivators were just more suitable to survive in this world compared to other warriors. Of course, they were also more powerful. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of slow footsteps resounded in the tunnel. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he walked. After about half an hour, Zhuowen finally reached the end of the tunnel and arrived at the core of this cave. Chapter 1040. Monk in blood-red clothes, that is, a figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave, caught Zhuowen's attention. This person was around 40 years old and wore blood-red clothes. His entire body was suffused with a strange blood-red aura, and waves of extremely terrifying slaughter concept suffused the air. Moreover, what was even more worthy of Zhuowen's attention was that this person was bald and actually dressed like a monk. A monk who believed in Buddhism had such a terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from his body. All of this was extremely strange. Monks were supposed to abstain from meat and recite scriptures to save the world. They were supposed to be compassionate and compassionate. They were supposed to stop killing and create a harmonious world. However, the blood-clothed monk in front of him gave Zhuo a huge shock. The murderous aura on his body was too strong. He had to have killed countless creatures to have such a terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura was not any weaker than the blood demon in the demon-suppressing green coffin. It was even more terrifying than the one in the demon-suppressing green coffin. At the same time, Zhuo also noticed that there was a blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in front of the monk in blood-red clothes. The blade of the Buddhist commandment blade was stained with dried blood. It looked extremely strange. The Buddhist commandment blade was a blade worn by monks. It was only allowed to cut clothes and not kill. However, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in front of him was stained with blood. It was unknown how many creatures it had killed. Who is this person? Looking at the blade and the monk in front of him, Zhuo frowned slightly. He could not figure out the identity of the monk in the middle of the cave. He's a dead man. Xiaohei suddenly appeared on Zhuo's shoulder. She stared at the monk in blood-red clothes with her black eyes and said indifferently, "A dead man?" Zhuo was startled. Soon after, he stepped into the cave. However, the instant he stepped into the cave, a muffled, thunder-like explosion suddenly resounded in Zhuo's mind. Soon after, a terrifying, murderous aura rushed toward Zhuo's body like rivers flowing into the sea. What a terrifying, murderous aura! Why is this murderous aura rushing towards my body? Zhuo let out a muffled groan and involuntarily took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. The terrifying, murderous aura was too great. If it all entered Zhuo's body, Zhuo would not be able to withstand it. Buddha's eyes. Taking a few steps back, Zhuo hastily summoned the Buddha's eye that shone with golden light. Immediately, a solemn, ancient Buddhist shadow sat in the void behind Zhuo. A Sanskrit sound rang out, immediately blocking the surging slaughter chi. With the protection of the ancient Buddha shadow, Zhuo finally recovered. Soon after, he looked at the bloody monk in front of him with fear in his eyes. If this bloody monk was really a dead person like Xiaohei had said, then it would be too terrifying. A dead person could actually release such a terrifying slaughter chi. How terrifying must this bloody monk be when he was alive? Surrounded by ancient Buddhas, Zhuo slowly walked to the front of the monk in blood-red clothes. At this moment, the monk was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His hands were placed on his knees as if he was meditating. However, Zhuo discovered that there was an extremely dense death chi lingering between the bloody monk's eyebrows. There was no sign of life on his body. He was really a dead man. Zhuo Wenkai couldn't see it clearly because the murderous aura on the monk's body was so dense that it covered the aura of death. This bloody monk should be a very powerful Emperor Realm expert when he was alive. If I'm not wrong, his strength should be above Jianmu's. However, I don't know how he died in this basin. Xiaohei said cautiously. Then the formation of the vital vein underground should be related to this person? Zhuo suddenly asked. Xiaohei nodded and said, it must be related. The abhijna of a high-level Emperor Realm expert is not something you can imagine. They can open up a space, move mountains, and fill seas. It's extremely terrifying. However, what I find strange is that this person is clearly a monk. Why would he break his precepts and kill someone? It's really strange. Zhuo was surprised. In his mind, monks were amiable, kind, and benevolent. However, the bloody monk in the cave had subverted Zhuo's good impression of monks. The bloody monk's slaughter chi was even more terrifying than some demons. Buzz. Just as Zhuo was deep in thought, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade that was stuck in front of the monk suddenly let out a clear and melodious cry. Then, it suddenly flew out and headed straight for Zhuo. At the moment when the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade swept over, the mighty slaughter chi in the entire grotto began to boil. It turned into a blood-red vortex along with the blade, as if the entire grotto was about to be wiped out by the slaughter chi. What's the matter with the bloody Buddhist commandment blade? Why is it coming towards me? Looking at the bloody Buddhist commandment blade, Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Immediately, he pinched out an orchid hand seal. Under the Buddhist power of the Buddha's eye, he blasted out a palm and hit the bloody Buddhist commandment blade heavily. Bang! However, the bloody Buddhist commandment blade was extremely sharp. It swept over and slashed fiercely. Immediately, Zhuowen's Buddha's palm was shattered. Huh! Damn it! Zhuowen cursed angrily. Suddenly, he evolved 4 heads and 8 arms. His 8 arms made orchid hand seals at the same time. The Buddha's light filled the sky, and the Buddhas will spread throughout the cave. Countless golden palm prints came from all directions and smashed heavily on the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Surging Buddhist power gushed out, and the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade buzzed. The murderous aura on its surface surged to the extreme, and the terrifying blood-red blade light formed a hurricane that swept out. Boom! 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 Zhuowen was shocked to find that the countless Buddha's palms could not withstand a single blow from the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. They collapsed inch by inch and turned into golden powder. Is this the bloody Buddhist commandment blade? At the moment when the Buddha's palms burst, Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the extreme. He kept retreating. The palm just now could not stop the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Zhuowen really did not expect it to be so powerful. One had to know that this was only a weapon, yet it was able to emit such a terrifying power. This truly shocked Zhuowen. This bloody Buddhist commandment blade is definitely not simple. Boy, be careful. The bloody blade is coming again. Xiaohei stood on Zhuowen's shoulder with a dignified look in her eyes. Even without Xiaohei's reminder, Zhuowen knew that the bloody Buddhist commandment blade was not simple. At this moment, after the bloody Buddhist commandment blade broke the Buddha's palm, it swept toward Zhuowen again. Second level bedevilment. Angry seal. Morning seal. The bloody Buddhist commandment blade gave Zhuowen too much pressure, so Zhuowen had to use all his strength. Suddenly, he entered the second level bedevilment state. His bloody hair grew crazily to his waist, and the anger in his body turned into a real anger, burning all over his body, making Zhuowen's strength suddenly increase by 30%. The moment the morning seal was used, a sorrowful mood spread and fell on the bloody Buddhist commandment blade in front of him, greatly weakening the power of the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Kill. In the second level bedevilment state, coupled with the enhancement of the angry seal, Zhuowen's combat power was very terrifying. Zhuowen squeezed his right hand, and suddenly a bloody spear appeared, rushing toward the bloody Buddhist commandment blade without fear. Boom! 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 The bloody spear was like a big windmill, splitting into countless bloody spear shadows, fighting with the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the cave. The bloody Buddhist commandment blade was indeed powerful. Under the weakening of the morning seal, its combat power was still so terrifying. Not only was Zhuowen unable to suppress the bloody Buddhist commandment blade, but he was also at a disadvantage. Kill! 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 Zhuowen let out a furious roar. He was extremely crazy. The blood spear danced unceasingly. Murderous demonic chi churned, forming a powerful blood cloud in the sky above the cave. Moreover, Zhuowen had the core of the blood soul tree, which contained a strong vitality, so he was not afraid of being hurt at all. He was almost desperate to fight the bloody Buddhist commandment blade, and finally, he completely suppressed the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Kill! Zhuowen raised the bloody spear above his head with both hands, and then slammed it down on the bloody Buddhist commandment blade. Suddenly, the bloody Buddhist commandment blade screeched and fell to the ground. After all, the bloody Buddhist commandment blade was an object without an owner. Although it contained a trace of spiritual intelligence, it was a weapon after all. Without the control and use of a person, it could not exert its full power. Zhuowen landed on the ground and touched the blood-red Buddhist monk's blade with his right hand. Following this, a terrifying killing intent flowed through the blood-red Buddhist monk's blade, trying to invade Zhuo Wen's body. Buddha's eye suppression. Zhuo Wen's eyes were extremely calm. He immediately opened his Buddha's eye, and the Buddha's light spread, completely blocking the terrifying slaughtered devil chi from the bloody Buddha's commandment blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bloody Buddha's commandment blade buzzed, and then the slaughtered devil chi in the cave went crazy, pouring into the bloody Buddha's commandment blade. Then, the power of the bloody Buddha's commandment blade soared to the extreme. Puff! Zhuo did not expect that the bloody Buddha's commandment blade could be strengthened. Caught off guard, his right arm was mercilessly cut off by the bloody Buddha's commandment blade. Taking a few steps back, Zhuo covered his broken right arm and gloomily stared at the bloody Buddha's commandment blade that was suspended in the air again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment his right arm was cut off, Zhuo had already mobilized the vitality of the blood soul tree in his heart to flow into his right arm. Suddenly, the flesh on the wound began to wriggle, and then a new arm grew out. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuo picked up the bloody spear that had fallen to the ground again. He slowly stepped back, staring at the bloody Buddhist commandment blade in front of him that was in the endless bloody vortex. At this moment, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was unusually violet. The aura in its body had also exploded to the extreme. The terrifying, murderous aura spread out, faintly making Zhuo Wen's heart tremble. How can it be so terrifying? This bloody Buddhist commandment blade is much more terrifying than an ordinary emperor weapon, isn't it? Zhuo murmured in a low voice, and his eyes were filled with fear. No, this bloody Buddhist commandment blade is a little strange. No matter how powerful an emperor weapon is, how can it exert such terrifying power? Xiaohei suddenly said, "What do you mean?" Zhuo narrowed his eyes and asked, "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."